Chapter 4709. In the heavenly realm, inside Gu Fei's palace. Gu Fei borrowed a drop of blood from Zhao Hao. He wanted to use his great magic and use his bloodline as a guide to see if he could find Zhao Ziru. After finding Zhao Ziru, he could leave with a peace of mind and enter the eternal world. However, he did not have much confidence because Zhao Hao was not Zhao Ziru's direct blood relative. In a stone room in the palace, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a praying mat. A drop of blood floated in front of him. This drop of blood was Zhao Hao's blood. Boom! The next moment, the drop of blood suddenly emitted an endless blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, there were countless faintly discernible lines. It was a kind of karma that appeared after the bloodline was stimulated. Gu Fei carefully sensed the faintly discernible blood-red lines in the blood-red light. Those lines sank into the void of heaven and earth, and it was unknown where they would go. Gu Fei sensed the aura of a thin line, and his heart skipped a beat. Where was the other end of this line? He wanted to break through the void to investigate, but he soon gave up. That was because this thin line had transmitted a trace of the eternal world's aura. How is this possible? Even Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. Could Zhao Ziru really have entered the eternal world? It should be known that it was not easy even for him to enter the eternal world. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. The mysterious bloodline connection also disappeared. The endless blood-red light dissipated, and even Zhao Hao's drop of blood disappeared. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed, then stood up and walked out of the stone room. 3 days later, Gu Fei left quietly. Almost no one knew about his departure, and those who knew were his own people. They would not betray him. Old Tortoise came to send him off. This guy was already an extreme supreme. Gu Fei gave the Wheel of Heavens and myriad realms to the Old Tortoise. They were life and death brothers. He wanted the Old Tortoise to guard the human world and the heavenly realm on his behalf and lead Gu Fei's forces. Over the years, Gu Fei had established a huge force. The desolate world, the ancestral god realm, the human realm, the heaven realm, the ancestral realm, and so on had forces left behind by Gu Fei. With the Wheel of Myriad Heavens and Realms, the Old Tortoise would be able to traverse the myriad heavens and realms. His sky-blue immortal gold battle armor was given to Gu Ling, and his 9 heavenly star sword was given to Yen. Both of them were eternal-grade Dao artifacts. Of course, he also left behind the black-clothed Gu Fei to oversee the Gu family. After making all the arrangements, he walked up to a teleportation formation under everyone's gaze. In the next moment, the teleportation formation was activated, and Gu Fei, who was on the teleportation formation, immediately disappeared. Yen and Gu Ling were both extreme Dao Supremes by now. Gu Zhong was also an extreme Dao Supremes, and his son, Gu Xiaofeng, was even more heaven-defying and had also become an extreme Dao Supremes. It was a wonderful story to have 2 extreme Dao Supremes in the same family. During this period of time, many people had reached the extreme Dao. Of course, there were also people who failed to reach the extreme Dao, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Father, Gu Ling was very reluctant. The corners of Yen-er's eyes were also a little wet. The Old Tortoise and the others looked solemn. Once people knew that Gu Fei's real body had gone to the eternal world, the entire human world and the heavenly realm would be in chaos. Therefore, no one present dared to speak carelessly. Eternal world, celestial province, eternal divine dynasty. An ancient transportation formation platform in the eternal divine dynasty suddenly activated. A beam of divine light shot into the sky, and a figure appeared on the ancient transportation formation platform. This, the eternal divine dynasty's imperial lord, was dumbfounded when he saw this. Who was this guy, and why was he here? Was it a teleportation error? Did this guy accidentally teleport here from somewhere else? This kind of thing didn't always happen. Some people would remember the wrong coordinates when using the transportation formation platform, and they would be teleported to another place. At this moment, Gu Fei was completely dumbfounded. To think that his earth-shattering cultivation state would disappear just like that. How could this be? Impossible. That was the cultivation base of an eternal realm expert, and it disappeared just like that. It did not take long before he found out why. The peerless laws of this world, eternal world, were actually suppressing his cultivation base. At this time, he was like an ordinary person. Apart from his slightly stronger body, he could not even use a trace of eternal realm power. It was a complete suppression. It was too terrifying. Only by slowly adapting to the great Tao laws of eternal world and completely washing away the aura of the lower realm could his cultivation base recover. Then, Gu Fei was miserably captured by the eternal divine dynasty. What was even more unexpected was that the eternal divine dynasty had thrown him into an immortal crystal mine to mine. This was too embarrassing. He was a mighty eternal realm expert, and yet he was captured and sent to mine? However, there was no other way. Gu Fei could only bear it silently and mine silently. Days passed, and Gu Fei's cultivation base recovered day by day. As long as he completely integrated into eternal world, his power would return, and he would still be the same Gu Fei who dominated the human world and the heaven realm. On this day, miners like Gu Fei had 6 hours to rest during the day while miners like him had 6 hours to rest at night. Night fell. In a cave in the mine, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless. His mind was completely immersed in cultivation. Every breath he took stirred up the surrounding airflow. Specks of multicolored light swirled around him, and his bronze skin, which was exposed outside his clothes, flowed with a crystalline luster. The qi and blood flowing under his skin washed over him in waves, tempering his skin and flesh. As his flesh and blood trembled, wisps of natal essence were released, seeping into his tendons and bones, covering them with a layer of precious light. In his dantian, the natal essence condensed into an egg-sized, multicolored ball of light, flickering. Wisps of 5 elements essence qi, formed in his flesh and blood, gathered in his dantian. After being tempered by the natal essence, the impure impurities were filtered out and then dispersed, fusing back into his flesh and blood. This was the 5 elements essence qi. The 5 elements could transform into the primordial chaos and the primordial chaos. Gu Fei's cultivation method was marvelous. He was tempering his body, and this kind of body tempering cycle repeated again and again. There was no end to it, and there was no end to it. The flow of essence qi in Gu Fei's body completely followed the rules of heaven and earth. It was so natural, as if this was how it should be. However, it was still far from resonating with heaven and earth. It was really difficult to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao laws of eternal world. At present, his cultivation base was not even at the almighty realm. It was pitifully low. At this time, the transformation of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones would transform his power. In turn, the transformation of his power would promote the transformation of his tendons, bones, flesh, and blood. The two were connected, and on the path of cultivation, Gu Fei's body would become even stronger. It was as if he was cultivating anew, releasing the power within his body once more. Gu Fei had never imagined that the laws of heaven and earth of eternal world could be so powerful. They could even completely suppress his cultivation base and suppress it within his body. Only by cultivating and comprehending the laws of heaven and earth of eternal world could he guide the power of eternal world to temper his martial body. Only then could he release his cultivation base. From being invincible, he was pushed to the bottom by the power of laws of eternal world to become a glorious miner of the eternal God dynasty. Gu Fei felt so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 47:10. The miserable Gu Fei had only just arrived in eternal world when he was captured and sent to mine. He felt so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. The immortal crystal mine was not very large. Before he knew it, Gu Fei had been mining here for 3 years. During those 3 years, Gu Fei's cultivation base had gradually recovered. His cultivation base had returned to the half-step saint realm. In eternal world, however, a half-saint could only be considered as an average expert. Zhang Jun, the guard sent by eternal godly dynasty to guard the immortal crystal mine, was also a half-step saint. During those 3 years, Gu Fei had gained a better understanding of the current situation in Immortal Province. He knew that there were 3 factions in the Immortal Province, and that none of them could do anything to the other. Outside the Immortal Province, the major factions were also fighting endlessly. Gu Fei was in no mood to care about what was happening outside the immortal province. I'll leave this damned place tonight. Gu Fei made up his mind. However, before nightfall, a group of masked men in black charged into the mine and engaged in a fierce battle with the guards of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. The miners naturally took advantage of this opportunity to flee. Gu Fei naturally slipped away as well. For a moment, the mine fell into chaos. By then, Gu Fei had already dived into the dense forest and sped away. Where do you think you're going? Just as Gu Fei walked out of the dense forest, he ran into two soldiers of the Eternal Godly Dynasty. The two soldiers charged directly at Gu Fei. You two bastards! Gu Fei roared at the two fellows. Heh! The two soldiers harbored malicious intentions and wanted to capture Gu Fei to claim their reward. There was a reward for capturing the escaped miners. Furthermore, these two fellows deserted in the face of danger, which was a capital offense. However, it was different to capture Gu Fei, the escaped miner. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. Io, this kid is about to die, but he's still so calm. One of the fighters felt that something was off, because from the beginning to the end, Gu Fei had been very calm. The two warriors didn't waste any more words and directly reached out to grab Gu Fei. Courting death, Gu Fei made his move. He abruptly dashed forward and ruthlessly chopped at the throat of a soldier. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and in the next moment, the soldier directly fell to the ground, dead. Oh no! Seeing this, the other fighter immediately turned around and fled. However, Gu Fei caught up with the battle soldier after he had only run for a few dozen feet. He then punched the battle soldier's back fiercely. Bam! Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The soldier let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many pieces of his spine had been broken by Gu Fei's punch. After killing the two warriors, Gu Fei quickly left. He found a pool and took a bath. Then, he took out a set of clean clothes from his inner world and put them on. In the past 3 years, he had lived a very sullen life. Because his cultivation was too low, he couldn't even open his inner world. Only recently, when his cultivation had broken through to the semi-saint realm, could he barely open his inner world. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the pool, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and immediately took a step to the side. In the next moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and directly pounced on the place where he had been standing. A violent aura exploded, and the surrounding sand and stones were sent flying. A circle of air waves surged out in all directions. Gu Fei looked at the black shadow and saw that it was a giant ape that had sneak attacked him. This giant ape was 6 feet tall, and its body was covered with black hair. It was extremely violent. Just as Gu Fei was shocked, the giant ape pounced on him again, and its giant claws directly grabbed at him. Gu Fei threw out a punch. The giant claws formed a sharp contrast with Gu Fei's fist. However, it was Gu Fei's seemingly weak fist that deflected the giant ape's claws, and the giant ape's hill-like body was also sent flying. A semi-saint giant ape? Gu Fei was extremely depressed. Even a random wild beast in this mountain was so strong. The giant ape's claw was extremely powerful. When the fist and the claw collided, the hard rock ground under Gu Fei's feet immediately cracked. This giant ape seemed to have gained intelligence and was not like ordinary wild beasts that only knew how to bite and pounce. Its blood-red eyes stared at Gu Fei, and a fierce, murderous aura surged out from its body. It seemed to be a little hesitant. Hey! Gu Fei sneered, and then his body shook. A powerful wave of energy immediately burst out from his body, sweeping up the dust on the ground. Treading on 8 desolations, I am the only one, Gu Fei shouted coldly. His body was like the wind and lightning, and he soared into the sky. He then took a step forward and arrived at the head of the giant ape in an instant. He directly stepped on the giant ape's head, which was as big as a water tank. It seemed like a casual step, but it contained a shocking power. The space under his feet suddenly rippled, and a terrifying power was wreaking havoc. Roar! The giant ape roared, and it instinctively felt danger. It quickly retreated, trying to avoid Gu Fei's step. The giant ape looked huge and cumbersome, but it was extremely agile when it moved, and in an instant, it dodged. However, just as the giant ape was retreating, Gu Fei had already taken a second step. Rumble. It was as if there was wind and thunder rolling under his feet, and the unpredictable power caused the space under Gu Fei's feet to tremble. The 8 desolation steps could not only display the speed of 8 steps, but it could also display the killing skills of 8 steps. This ancient martial art magic was enough to shock the world. Gu Fei had not used this magic for a long time, but now that he used it, it was not rusty at all. At the critical moment, the giant ape roared, and then a layer of golden light surged out of its huge body, and at the same time, it raised its arm to block. Bang! Gu Fei's second step directly landed on the giant ape's arm. Boom! The giant ape, which was like a small mountain, smashed down from the sky like a golden meteorite, and the ground suddenly shook violently, and dust flew up. This terrifying giant ape directly smashed a big hole in the ground. Roar! The giant ape climbed out of the hole and bang, bang. It madly beat its chest and continuously roared at Gu Fei. The giant ape was extremely wild. The golden glow on its body flickered like flames. The ferocious aura it emitted was enough to make Gu Fei feel fearful. The giant ape's originally black fur had all turned golden. Gold element divine ape? Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he sensed the powerful metal elemental energy erupting from the giant ape's body. Chapter 47:11. The eternal godly dynasty of the celestial continent had almost been wiped out by the other 2 major factions after its founder had mysteriously perished in his seclusion grounds. However, at the critical moment, the Wuji immortal sect had stepped forward to protect the eternal godly dynasty. With the martial extreme immortal sect as its backer, the eternal divine dynasty had nothing to fear, even if it didn't have an eternal primogenitor. The Wuji immortal sect was the top faction in the eternal world. Even when the founder of the eternal godly dynasty was still alive, it couldn't compare to the Wuji immortal sect. After all, the 2 weren't even on the same level. There were a total of 3 eternal experts in the martial extreme celestial sect. Furthermore, that was only on the surface. No one knew whether or not there were more eternal experts secretly training in the martial extreme celestial sect. A supreme sect that had existed for countless years had an unimaginable amount of resources. Now that the founder of the eternal godly dynasty had perished, the court was controlled by the 4 kings. The 4 kings guarded the 4 corners of the dynasty and were all half-step eternal existences. Gu Fei's immortal crystal mine was located in the hidden Dragon Mountains in the South King's territory. The Dragon Mountains spanned thousands of miles, and there was more than one immortal crystal mine. There were more than a dozen large immortal crystal mines, and the one where Gu Fei was located was on the outskirts of the Dragon Mountains. The Dragon Mountains were unusual. Legend had it that an ancient ancestral dragon had fallen here and transformed. The winding mountain range resembled a crouching dragon, which was why it was called the Hidden Dragon Mountains. The Hidden Dragon Mountains weren't peaceful. Although the immortal crystal mines were controlled by the eternal godly dynasty, there were many bandits in the mountains. These ruthless outlaws would rob the mines from time to time. This time, the largest group of bandits in the Hidden Dragon Mountains had set their eyes on the immortal crystal mine where Gu Fei was located and suddenly attacked it. Gu Fei took advantage of the chaos to escape. He didn't want to be a miner for the rest of his life. However, as soon as he escaped the mine, he ran into a golden divine ape. Roar! In the mountain ridge, the divine ape roared, shaking the sky and the earth. An extremely violent aura erupted from the divine ape, frightening countless birds and beasts in the mountain and causing them to flee in all directions. What a fierce fellow! Gu Fei wanted to test his strength. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and pounced towards the divine ape. 5-element fist. Gu Fei directly struck out with the fist technique that he had created. The 5 elements chi was vast and mighty. As he punched out, the sound of air exploding immediately rang out in the void. The power of the 5 elements collided and intertwined on his fist, multiplying its power. The giant ape also threw a punch at Gu Fei. Bam! 2 fists collided in an instant. Then, 2 silhouettes flew back at the same time. However, Gu Fei and the great ape instantly rushed into each other, and the battle was endless. Although this giant ape was very strong, it still lacked combat experience. Who was Gu Fei? He had fought against all sides, relying on his pair of fists to carve out a name for himself. His wealth of combat experience was something that no one in the lower worlds could match up to. However, in Eternal World, it was hard to say. However, this giant ape's battle experience was definitely inferior to Gu Fei's. Bam! Gu Fei found the giant ape's weakness and directly smashed the giant ape into the forest. The giant ape was incomparably ferocious. It immediately charged towards Gu Fei, directly rushing out of the forest. However, just as the giant ape rushed out of the forest, a sharp arrow suddenly came from afar. The arrow directly shot the giant ape to the ground, killing it instantly. Gu Fei suddenly turned around and looked in the direction where the arrow had come from. He saw a masked woman in purple standing on a short mountain a few li away. The woman had a graceful figure, holding a divine bow in her hand and carrying a quiver of arrows on her back. She looked valiant and formidable. "You are quite skilled. How about becoming my bodyguard?" The woman on the short mountain said to Gu Fei. Her voice was very pleasant to the ear. "Sure." After saying that, Gu Fei directly rushed towards the short mountain. When he approached the short mountain, two figures suddenly jumped out of the forest and stopped him. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw them. They were dressed in bodyguard uniforms and were staring at him vigilantly. The fact that these two were actually half-step saints made him very depressed. Both of the bodyguards were half-step saints. Gu Fei was very curious about the background of the woman on the mountain. Judging from her voice, she was not very old. "Let him up." The woman's voice came from the short mountain. "Yes, Your Highness." The bodyguard hurriedly retreated to the side. "Princess?" Gu Fei was taken aback. Could the little girl on the short mountain be the South King's daughter? The South King was the ruler of the endless territory of the Eternal Divine Dynasty in the South. He held a high position of power, and only the daughter of a king was called a princess. If she was the daughter of the Emperor of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, she would be called a princess. "You are a princess?" When Gu Fei reached the top of the short mountain, he looked at the purple-clothed girl in front of him in bewilderment. "Why? Don't I look like one?" The masked woman said mischievously. She found this guy very interesting. There was not a trace of awe in his eyes when he looked at her. "Yes, as long as you're happy." Gu Fei touched his nose and said, "Mo Wei, where the hell are you? Get your ass over here." The masked woman suddenly shouted. Swoosh! A figure silently appeared next to the purple-clothed masked woman. "Greetings, Your Highness." A feminine voice rang out. As soon as the voice entered his ears, Gu Fei immediately got goosebumps all over his body. He saw that the man had a fair face without a beard, and there was a feminine aura about him. There was not a trace of masculinity that a man should have. How could this be? Could it be that this guy had no balls? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and felt a little uncomfortable. "Get a set of bodyguard clothes for this guy at once." The masked woman in purple said. "Yes, Your Highness." The guy named Mo Wei flipped his right hand, and a set of bodyguard clothes appeared in his hand. This was the set of bodyguard clothes that he had prepared and kept in his storage ring. This was because he often had to disguise as the princess's bodyguard. Gu Fei took the bodyguard clothes and changed into it. There was a faint fragrance coming from the clothes. This fragrance seemed to be similar to the fragrance of the masked woman in purple. Could this be the clothes that she used to wear? Soon, Gu Fei found out the origin of the masked woman in purple. She was actually the Southern King's most beloved daughter, Hung Xian-er. This Hung Xian-er actually wanted to exterminate the mountain bandits. After knowing Hung Xian-er's purpose of entering the mountain, Gu Fei was speechless. "Damn it, are you kidding me? With less than 20 bodyguards, she wants to attack the mountain bandits?" In Gu Fei's opinion, this young princess simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This young princess was definitely a troublemaker. Chapter 47:12. Hung Xian-er was the youngest daughter of the South King, one of the 4 kings of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. She was a member of the royal family of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. She had sneaked into the dragon-subduing mountain range with a group of guards to exterminate a group of bandits in the mountain range. Gu Fei was speechless when he learned of her crazy plan. With Hong Xian, cultivation, a eunuch, and 16 guards, she wanted to exterminate a group of bandits? That was simply sending himself to die. I say, Your Royal Highness, you must be joking with me, Gu Fei said tentatively. Humph, do I look like I'm joking? The little princess stared at Gu Fei fiercely. You don't look like it, Gu Fei hurriedly said. It seemed that this little girl was really determined to encircle and annihilate the mountain bandits. He could only act according to the circumstances. His cultivation had been suppressed by the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the eternal world. Even after 3 years, he had only recovered to the cultivation of a half-step saint. However, his martial body was a genuine eternal martial body. It was peerlessly powerful. Even if he encountered a saint-level bandit, or even a quasi-supreme bandit, even if he couldn't beat them, he would definitely have no problem staying alive. Soon, the little princess led Gu Fei and the others to a mountain. There was a city built on the top of the mountain, and a group of bandits lived in the city. This mountain was called Little Dragon Mountain. Your Highness, are you sure you want to attack the bandits here? The eunuch, Mo Wei, looked at the city on the mountain and felt guilty. How could they deal with the bandits here? From afar, the city on the top of the mountain was heavily guarded. From time to time, there were groups of bandits patrolling the city with spears in their hands. This was not a scene that ordinary bandits could have. I think we should forget about it. Gu Fei also shook his head secretly. How could they take down this city with just a few people? It was simply a fool's talk. It was impossible. Even if the South King sent out his elite troops, he wouldn't be able to break through this city in a short time. A bunch of cowards. Since we're here, we can't go back empty-handed. If Hong Xian was unhappy, the consequences would be dire. She knocked an arrow and pulled the divine bow in her hand to the fullest. Boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards the bow and arrow in her hands. Powerful energy fluctuations erupted from Hong Xian's body. Quasi-supreme? Gu Fei was speechless. A mischievous little princess was actually a quasi-supreme being existence. How was he supposed to live? One had to know that in the human realm, even the ancestral realm and the primordial realm, a quasi-sovereign was an overlord-level existence. As long as the extreme Tao wasn't used, a quasi-sovereign would be invincible. Your Highness, what are you doing? Mo Wei panicked. At this moment, Hong Xian released her hand, and the divine arrow turned into a resplendent divine light that shot towards the city on top of the mountain. The powerful energy fluctuations of a quasi-supreme being erupted from the divine light formed by the divine arrow. Enemy attack. On top of the city on top of the mountain, the bandits immediately panicked. At this moment, a big hand suddenly reached out from the city, grabbed the arrow light, and directly crushed it. At the foot of the mountain, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Go. Mo Wei didn't allow them to say anything. He directly waved his sleeves, and a mass of divine light instantly enveloped everyone. In the next moment, they directly disappeared into the void. Humph! Consider yourselves lucky for escaping. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, a figure silently appeared at the place where Gu Fei and the others were originally. At this time, in a valley thousands of miles away from the Little Dragon Mountain, everyone felt a lingering fear. Just now, if Mo Wei was one step slower, they would have been in big trouble. How can there be an extreme Tao sovereign among the bandits? Gu Fei really couldn't understand. An extreme Tao sovereign, even in the eternal world, should be an existence that can do whatever they want, right? Why would they become bandits? Gu Fei, you country bumpkin who has never seen the world. The bandits in this hidden dragon mountain are all fugitives. Those extreme Tao sovereigns are also existences that are wanted by the major forces. Mo Wei's enigmatic voice sounded, causing Gu Fei to have goosebumps all over his body. So that's how it is. Gu Fei immediately understood. Those extreme Tao sovereigns probably had nowhere else to go, so they entered the mountain and became bandits. Among the biggest group of bandits in this hidden dragon mountain, there are even half-step eternal existences. Mo Wei continued. This was the first time Gu Fei heard of a half-step eternal supreme existence being forced to become a bandit. Let's go. Little County Princess Hung Xian looked unhappy. Are we going back to the Wang Mansion? Gu Fei was really curious about this eternal world. He had just arrived in the eternal world and was caught and thrown into a mine-to-mine. He really didn't understand this super big world. It just so happened that he had a place to stay for the time being with this little county princess. This time, he came to the eternal world alone to explore the way. The heaven and earth law of the eternal world was a problem that all living beings who entered the eternal world had to face. Even he himself had fallen for it. It's so hard to get out of the Wang Mansion. I don't want to go back. Hung Xian looked unwilling. Then let's go to the small town first. Mo Wei also had a headache. He followed beside the little county princess and was always on tenterhooks, fearing that this little ancestor would cause trouble. And that's it. Hung Xian nodded. As long as she didn't return to the Wang Mansion, she would be fine. Blackstone Town was the only way to enter the Hidden Dragon Mountain Range. This town wasn't big, but it was often overcrowded because there were many people entering and leaving the Hidden Dragon Mountain Range. When Gu Fei and the others entered Blackstone Town, they immediately attracted the attention of the mountain bandits in the town. This was not a good thing for them. Why are there so many people in the town today? Hung Xian was a little girl who liked crowds. Brother, what's going on here? Mo Wei grabbed a martial artist and asked, Brother, you really don't know? Or are you pretending? The warrior wanted to get angry, but when he saw that Mo Wei had a lot of people, he immediately backed down. What do you mean? Gu Fei asked. Even he was curious. The eternal ancestor dragon in the Hidden Dragon Mountain Range died for some reason. We are just going there to try our luck. The man quickly said, What? The old dragon of the Hidden Dragon Mountain Range is dead? When Mo Wei heard this, his shock was no small matter. That's right. That old dragon left his last words. His inheritance was to be obtained by the fated. Look, everyone sees themselves as the fated ones and wants to obtain the inheritance and cultivation of the old dragon of Mount Hidden Dragon. The man continued. This? Chapter 47:13. Gu Fei had been mining for 3 years in a mine in the Hidden Dragon Mountain. He had long heard that there was an eternal-level old dragon in the depths of the Hidden Dragon Mountain. Although the bandits of the Hidden Dragon Mountain were powerful, with the presence of the old dragon, these bandits didn't dare to act presumptuously. But now that the old dragon had fallen, the bandits in the Hidden Dragon Mountain had nothing to worry about and could do whatever they wanted. Under normal circumstances, eternal realm creatures wouldn't receive a bento box so easily. One must know that an eternal sovereign was a supreme creature that could exist for eternity. Even if this part of the world was destroyed, eternal realm creatures wouldn't die and would live well. Even the power to destroy heaven and earth wouldn't be able to kill them. Gu Fei thought to himself, looks like someone killed that old dragon. Who was it? That old dragon is dead? How is that possible? Hung Xian didn't believe it at all, because not long ago, her father brought her to the depths of the Hidden Dragon Mountain to visit that old dragon. Although he was an old dragon that had lived for countless years, in Hung Xian's eyes, he was just a kind old man. Why did he suddenly die? Hung Xian was a little sad. He should have been killed by someone. Gu Fei muttered. Who can kill that old dragon? Mo Wei exclaimed. Sigh, who cares who it is? What does it have to do with us? I'm starving to death. Let's find an inn to stay in. Gu Fei touched his belly and said, You only know how to eat, you foodie. Hung Xian glared at Gu Fei. Gu Fei wasn't afraid of this princess and also glared back at Hung Xian. Hung Xian reached out and was about to hit Gu Fei. Gu Fei quickly hid behind Mo Wei. Your Highness, I think what this kid said makes sense. Let's find a place to stay first. As Mo Wei spoke, his stomach gave a loud rumble. You bunch of foodies. Hung Xian was speechless. Soon after, they were dumbfounded. After circling around Blackstone Town, they realized that there was no place for them to stay in the huge Blackstone Town. All the inns were full, and all the inns were occupied by cultivators. What should we do? Hung Xian also didn't have any temper. She couldn't possibly chase the people in the inn out. She would stay by herself. Your Royal Highness, I remember that there is a courtyard in the prince's mansion that is not far from here. Why don't we stay there for a night? Mo Wei suddenly said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hung Xian'er almost went crazy. The South King, who guarded the southern border, had built residences or temporary imperial residences in various places. Less than 20 li away from Black Hills town, there was a residence belonging to the South King. Quick, lead the way. Hung Xian'er said snappily. Yes, Your Highness. Mo Wei hurriedly led the way, bringing them out of Blackstone town, and then towards the courtyard. Who is it? Stop. When they arrived at the courtyard, 2 guards carrying sabers suddenly jumped out from the gate and stopped them. This courtyard was guarded by guards. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to this courtyard. Her Royal Highness has arrived. Why aren't you guys making way? Mo Wei said loudly. TCH, just because you said that she is the Royal Highness, she is the Royal Highness? One of the guards sneered. Presumptuous. Mo Wei's figure flashed, and he sent the guard flying with a slap. Enemy attack. The other courtyard guard immediately shouted. In the next moment, a figure flashed and a dozen guards carrying sabers jumped out from the courtyard. The enemy is there. A middle-aged guard leader roared in an awe-inspiring manner. Jin Shou, you are so impressive. Mo Wei's androgynous voice sounded. You, the middle-aged guard leader, was about to lose his temper, but when he saw Mo Wei's appearance, he suddenly quivered and immediately cowered. Mo, Manager Mo. At this time, Jin Shou really wanted to kill the guy who shouted that the enemy was attacking. Her Royal Highness is really here? The guard who shouted that the enemy was attacking was immediately dumbfounded. You bastard! Why are you shouting for no reason? Jin Shou roared at his subordinate and sprayed a mouthful of saliva on his face. Boss, I really didn't know that Her Royal Highness is here. The guard was so scared that his legs trembled and he almost wet his pants. In the eyes of these guards, the Royal Highness was the incarnation of a little devil. In the entire South Prince Mansion, who had not been fooled by this little Royal Highness? Even the little devil South Prince dared to play tricks on her. You blind fools! Why don't you open the door and welcome Her Highness in? Mo Wei shouted at Jin Shou. Yes, yes, yes. Jin Shou quickly sent someone to open the gate to welcome the Royal Highness. You, the Royal Highness, are very impressive. Gu Fei ridiculed. Hey, this is nothing. Hung Xian'er said proudly. After entering the courtyard, Hung Xian'er, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, went to her room to rest. Gu Fei, who had also eaten and drunk to his heart's content, wandered around the courtyard. As expected of the South Prince's courtyard, it was not a small place. There were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. The scenery was beautiful. Moreover, there was a spirit-gathering formation here, so the spirit energy in the courtyard was much denser than outside. The South Prince's courtyard of the Eternal Divine Dynasty was naturally different from the courtyards of ordinary families. At a glance, Gu Fei could tell that not only was there a spirit-gathering formation here, but there were also at least 3 killing formations. Once these 3 killing formations were activated, even a quasi-supreme wouldn't be able to break in. He didn't have the slightest bit of respect for the Royal Highness or the Royal Highness. It should be noted that in the human world and other great worlds, he was an invincible existence. Anyone who saw him would be respectful. As long as others respected him, there was no one in this world that Gu Fei respected. Hey, do you think we should also go to the Hidden Dragon Mountains to try our luck? Try our luck? With your cultivation level, you'll be courting death if you go. Yeah, the old dragon's inheritance and power aren't that easy to obtain. Who knows how many big shots are eyeing it? When Gu Fei walked behind a fake mountain, he suddenly heard someone talking in front of him. It turned out that the guards of this courtyard were talking to each other. From them, Gu Fei learned that although the old dragon of the Hidden Dragon Mountains had fallen, he used his last bit of power to seal his lifetime's power. Unlocking the seal would allow one to obtain this power. Who didn't want to obtain great power? This was the reason why cultivators gathered at the Hidden Dragon Mountains. However, it was an unchanging law in the cultivation world that those with weak cultivation would become cannon fodder for those with strong cultivation. Countless cultivators flocking to the hidden dragon mountains would ultimately benefit the strong. The old dragon's lifetime's power? Chapter 47:14. Eternal World, Celestial Continent, Eternal Godly Dynasty's Southern Region. The South King was staying in a courtyard near the hibernating Dragon Mountain range. Gu Fei inadvertently overheard a conversation between several guards and learned why countless cultivators were rushing into the hibernating Dragon Mountain range in a frenzy. It turned out that the old dragon in the depths of the hidden Dragon Mountains not only left behind his inheritance, but also sealed his cultivation base for the fated ones. The old dragon of the hidden Dragon Mountains was an eternal supremacy. How powerful was the lifetime cultivation base of an eternal supremacy? Anyone would be envious of it. It was unknown how many powerful creatures had come to the hidden Dragon Mountains at this time. Not only the experts of the human race, but also the powerful creatures of other alien races. Whether it was the inheritance of the old dragon of the hidden Dragon Mountains or the lifetime cultivation base of the old dragon of the hidden Dragon Mountains, it was enough to change the lives of all the experts. It seems that I have to make a trip. Gu Fei didn't care so much. He had already made up his mind. He returned to his residence and waited quietly. In the middle of the night, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He quietly left his residence, evading the guards, and arrived at the foot of the courtyard's high walls. This place was the weakest part of the courtyard's killing array. When Gu Fei was about to slip away, a figure walked over. "It's you. It's you?" When Gu Fei saw this person, he couldn't help but be surprised. This person who suddenly appeared was the daughter of the Southern King, Hung Xian. "Your Highness, you also want to slip away?" Gu Fei was amused. "What do you think?" Hung Xian said impatiently. Gu Fei didn't waste any more words. He directly jumped onto the wall and carefully flipped over. These few actions were simple and direct. He didn't touch the courtyard's array. Hung Xian's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. She also jumped onto the wall and flipped over. She also didn't touch the courtyard's array. After the two of them flipped over the wall, they quickly left. Early the next morning, the entire courtyard was in chaos. Their princess had disappeared, and that guy named Gu Fei had also disappeared. That damned Gu Fei, he actually kidnapped the little princess? Why aren't you guys going to find it for me? The steward of the Southern Prince's mansion, Mo Wei, was shocked and anxious. If anything happened to the princess, he would also be buried with her. Yes, everyone acknowledged the order and dispersed. Mo Wei, on the other hand, was restless. They naturally couldn't find Hung Xian and Gu Fei, because at this time, they had already entered the mountain. Hung Xian, on the other hand, felt that all of this was incomparably fresh and exciting. Ever since she was born, she had never tried to venture out alone. Hung Xian covered her face and carried a bow and arrows on her back as she followed beside Gu Fei. As soon as they entered the mountain, they were blocked by two fellows who jumped out from the forest on both sides of the mountain path. "Hee, a deal delivered to our door early in the morning. What luck?" A middle-aged man holding a pair of big axes grinned at Gu Fei and Hung Xian. "Humph. You two, obediently hand over all your things, or else a white knife will enter and a red knife will come out. I, your father, will give you 2 holes with 1 knife." Another tall and thin man said with a sinister smile, holding a big knife in his hand. "Are these bandits?" Hung Xian stared curiously at the two fellows in front of her. "What do you think?" Gu Fei was really speechless. It turned out that the little princess had never seen bandits before. However, the cultivation of these two bandits was a bit scary. Both of them were half-step saints. This was also the first time he had encountered half-step saint-level bandits. I'll play with these two fellows." The little princess was eager to give it a try. "As long as you're happy," Gu Fei said indifferently with his hands behind his back. This little princess is really bored. She's a saint-level expert, yet she wants to bully a half-step saint? This little girl has a good figure. Catch her and make her the wife of a bandit." The boorish middle-aged man said loudly and rushed toward the little princess. "You're courting death." Hung Xian took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. What? The middle-aged man wielding the axes was taken aback. In the next moment, a foot directly stomped down from the sky. Bam! The foot stepped on the burly man's head, and then the burly man's head was directly stomped into his chest. With just one move, Hung Xian seriously injured the middle-aged man. The remaining tall and thin guy was so scared that his legs went soft when he saw this scene. At this time, the middle-aged man's corpse fell to the ground. Fun. Haha. Hung Xian laughed loudly. She was very proud of herself. Heroine, spare my life. Heroine, spare my life. The other bandit directly threw away the weapon in his hand and directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Tisk, you're all cowards. Hung Xian was really disappointed. She originally wanted to play with these two bandits, but who would have thought that one of them was too weak and the other was too smart, knowing to beg for mercy. Puff! Hung Xian kicked a small stone with the tip of her foot, and the small stone directly pierced the bandit's head. The bandit also died. You don't want the spoils of war? Gu Fei said. Hung Xian couldn't help but frown when she heard this and said, what good things can these two fellows have? That too. Gu Fei nodded. Therefore, they directly left this place and headed towards the depths of the Hidden Dragon Mountains. Hung Xian and her father, Nan Wang, had once visited the old dragon in the Hidden Dragon Mountains, so they knew the way. But soon, they encountered a group of bandits. Their luck was really too bad. This time, they were blocked by more than a dozen bandits in a valley. If you don't want to die, quickly scram. Gu Fei directly shouted at these guys. What did you say, boy? A big bandit holding a spear roared at Gu Fei. A mere half-step, Saint dared to be presumptuous in front of them. He really didn't know the meaning of death. Kill. Gu Fei didn't bother to talk nonsense. He directly pounced into the group of bandits like a heavenly beast. The next moment, miserable screams rang out, and immediately, 3 or 4 bandits were all sent flying by a punch. By the time these guys fell to the ground, they were already dead. Aya, Gu Fei, don't kill all of them. Leave a few for me to enjoy. Hung Xian excitedly rushed up and joined the battle. One had to say that the cultivation technique of the Eternal Divine Dynasty was really strong. As soon as the princess made a move, the bandits were immediately routed. This group of bandits had kicked an iron plate this time. Exciting! Hung Xian shouted and attacked. The bandits wanted to cry. What's so exciting about it? Seeing that they weren't a match for her, these bandits scattered in all directions. Hey, don't go. Hung Xian heartlessly asked them to stay and let her kill them. Only a fool would stay. Chapter 47:15. The princess of the Southern King of the Eternal Divine Dynasty had been abducted. The entire Southern King's mansion was in chaos. Even the Southern King was alarmed. That was his most beloved daughter. How could she be abducted from the Hidden Dragon Mountains? What kind of place was the Hidden Dragon Mountains? Even he had to be careful when entering the Hidden Dragon Mountains. One had to know that the Hidden Dragon Mountain range was already very chaotic. The 5 bandit groups in the Hidden Dragon Mountain range were not a joke. The leader of each bandit group was a half-step eternal existence. Not long ago, the 5 bandit groups seemed to have made a move. Someone seemed to want to subdue them for his own use. The 5 bandit groups dared to attack the immortal crystal mine of the Eternal Divine Dynasty in the Hidden Dragon Mountains. If they were really subdued, even the Southern King's mansion wouldn't be able to touch them. Moreover, the old dragon of the Hidden Dragon Mountains had fallen without warning. The situation in the Hidden Dragon Mountains became even more chaotic. Someone spread the news that the old dragon of the Hidden Dragon Mountains had left behind an inheritance, countless cultivation resources, and even a lifetime's worth of cultivation. Whether it was the inheritance of the old dragon of the Hidden Dragon Mountains, the cultivation resources, or his lifetime's worth of cultivation, they were all fatal temptations to countless cultivators. Even the corpse of the old dragon of the Hidden Dragon Mountains was a supreme treasure. A drop of dragon blood could be used to refine great medicine. The Southern King, who was in charge of the southern border of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, sent 3 experts to the Hidden Dragon Mountains to look for Hung Xian. While everyone in the Southern King's mansion was worried about Hung Xian, The carefree Hung Xian was having a good time in the Hidden Dragon Mountains. After the little princess killed a group of bandits as if she was on steroids, she left the small valley with Gu Fei and continued to advance towards the depths of Mount Fulong. Do you really know the way? Gu Fei was led around the mountains by the little girl for half a day. It was getting late, and he couldn't help but have serious doubts. TSK, how dare you look down on this princess? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up until your mother can't recognize you. Hung Xian waved her fists and pretended to be very fierce. I believe you. I believe you. As long as you're happy. Gu Fei looked disapproving. What's with that expression? Do you want to get beaten up? Hung Xian was addicted to beating people up. As she spoke, she threw a punch at Gu Fei. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed Hung Xian's fist. Her small fist was soft and weak, and he was afraid that he would hurt her if he used too much force. Although his cultivation base was suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws of Eternal World, that was only because his Grand Tao had yet to gain the recognition of Eternal World's heavenly Tao. Gu Fei's martial body was still a genuine eternal martial body. Even a half-step eternal existence wouldn't be able to kill him. They could only trap him or even seal him. He couldn't use all kinds of powerful martial arts, and he couldn't use the power of the great Tao above the semi-sage realm. He could only rely on the power of his martial body to fight against a sage realm expert, or even a quasi-supremacy. If he were to encounter an extreme supremacy, he would only be tortured. The old dragon might be the only eternal-level creature in the Hidden Dragon Mountains, but there were definitely many supreme beings. Given his current situation, it was better to be careful. When Hung Xian's fist was grabbed by Gu Fei, she felt a warmth coming from his fist, as if it was wrapped in warm water. She couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat, and her face heated up. She hurriedly withdrew her fist, a look of panic on her face. What's wrong with me? Hung Xian turned around abruptly, not daring to look at Gu Fei. Her face was burning hot. Fortunately, she had covered her face, or it would be too embarrassing. In the Hidden Dragon Mountains, there were bandits, ferocious beasts, and the elite soldiers of the Eternal God Dynasty's South King. However, these elite soldiers were used to guard the mine. After being grabbed by Gu Fei's fist, Hung Xian suddenly became quiet. She walked in front without making a sound. There were no roads in the mountains, and there were dense forests everywhere. The roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. The heavenly Tao laws of Eternal World were too strong. Only saint-level creatures could fly, which was something unimaginable in Gu Fei's original world. The saint-level creatures in the human realm and even the ancestral realm were extremely powerful. They could roam the starry sky, pluck the stars and catch the moon, and were almost omnipotent. But in Eternal World, the saint-level creatures had only just reached the level of flight. It was impossible for them to roam the 9 heavens and pluck the stars and moon. In Eternal World, only the extreme Tao Supremes had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. Gu Fei and Hung Xian leaped from treetop to treetop. When they crossed a mountain ridge, they suddenly saw a plume of black smoke rushing out from the mountain ridge in front of them. That is, Gu Fei furrowed his brows. Haha, there's another fight. Hung Xian immediately became spirited, and she rushed toward the place where the black smoke was rising. What a violent chick! Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He could see that this chick had been restrained for a long time, and she was like a canary in a cage. Once she was let out of the cage, she would start to let go of herself. Soon, they arrived near the place where the black smoke was rising. Smell of blood. Gu Fei immediately smelled something strange in the air. Smell of blood? Hung Xian became excited when she heard that. They carefully passed through the forest and saw that there was a large flat area outside the forest, and there was a hidden stronghold here. The stronghold was not very big, but the walls were made of blue bricks. These blue bricks were cut directly from the blue stone, and they were extremely hard. This was simply a fortress. However, at this time, the gate of the stronghold was smashed by someone, and there were many corpses lying around the entrance. Gu Fei noticed that there was not a single intact weapon on the ground. Those were all Tao soldiers, not ordinary weapons. However, these Tao soldiers were all broken. There was no sound coming from the stronghold, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Let's go. Hung Xian was somewhat impatient. Wait. Gu Fei's face was somewhat solemn. What are you waiting for? Hung Xian said impatiently. Aren't you afraid of an ambush inside? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Hung Xian was startled when she heard this, but then she smiled slyly and took out a puppet from her inner world. That's right, it was a puppet. She directly injected a stream of yuan qi into the puppet, and the next moment, the puppet turned into a person, another Hung Xian. Camouflage? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. TCH, what is a bumpkin like, you know? This is called a scapegoat puppet. It can save lives. Hung Xian looked at Gu Fei with disdain. Good stuff. Do you have any more? Give me one. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. A scapegoat puppet, such an inconspicuous thing, could really save lives at a critical moment. With this thing, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Do you think this is a common item that you can find easily? Chapter 47:16. There was a stronghold hidden in the mountains. Needless to say, this stronghold was definitely a stronghold of bandits. Otherwise, who would be so bored as to build a stronghold in the depths of the mountains? Gu Fei was very depressed. With his current cultivation, his divine sense could only cover a radius of a few hundred feet around him. He couldn't sense whether there were experts hiding in the stronghold. They didn't dare to rashly break into the stronghold. This kind of stronghold of bandits would definitely have all kinds of traps laid down. Although Gu Fei wasn't afraid, if he fell into the array and got trapped inside, he would be out of luck. His martial body was powerful, but he couldn't even use the sacred level divine ability. If he was trapped in the array, it would be difficult for him to get out. Although Hung Xian was a sacred level expert, her combat experience was almost equivalent to 0. If she encountered an expert, she wouldn't even know how she died. However, Hung Xian was very smart. She directly used her death scapegoat puppet to investigate the situation of the stronghold. The death scapegoat puppet turned into Hung Xian's appearance and directly walked towards the entrance of the stronghold. I say, will this move of yours work? Gu Fei was very doubtful of Hung Xian's ability. The death scapegoat puppet was only a death scapegoat and didn't seem to have any great divine ability. Gu Fei was an eternal sovereign in the lower realm, so he could also refine things like death scapegoat puppets. However, in this damned place where the heavenly Tao suppressed people to death, he couldn't even use the sacred level divine ability. Why not? If you can do it, then do it. Hung Xian glared at Gu Fei and said, as long as you're happy. Gu Fei didn't want to argue with this little girl because he knew that women could sometimes be unreasonable, especially this unruly little princess. Both of them stared at the figure of the death scapegoat puppet, only to see the figure directly walk through the broken gate of the stronghold. Then, there seemed to be no then. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. What the hell? Gu Fei looked at Hung Xian and said. Hung Xian glared at Gu Fei and then walked out of her hiding place. Hey, what are you doing? Gu Fei quickly pulled her back. What else can we do? Kill our way in. Hung Xian said. Her death replacement puppet was still inside. Just like that? Do you want to die? Gu Fei was really worried about this girl's IQ. You may be a coward, but I'm not. As Hung Xian spoke, she was about to leave. Wait, I'll go, okay? Gu Fei could not admit defeat, especially in front of a woman. You? A half-step saint? Hung Xian smiled disdainfully. What? Are you looking down on me? Use your Tao soldier to slash at me. Gu Fei was not convinced. Are you crazy? Even the weakest of my Tao soldiers is a sacred artifact. Hung Xian looked at Gu Fei as if she was looking at a monster. Haha, very good. In that case, use your most powerful Tao artifact to scratch me. If you can scratch the skin on my hand, you will be my master. I will do whatever you tell me to do. What do you think? Gu Fei laughed. All right, that's what you said. Hung Xian was overjoyed and directly took out a sword from her inner world. As soon as this sword was taken out, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Half-step eternal Tao weapon? Your old man really dotes on you a little too much. Gu Fei said with a smile. What are you talking about? Hung Xian was unhappy and directly drew her sword. Give me your hand. Hung Xian's almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared at Gu Fei angrily. Gu Fei directly pulled up his sleeves, revealing his skin. Hey, I didn't expect your skin to be so good. When Hung Xian saw Gu Fei's jade-like arm, she was a little surprised. This guy's skin was even better than a girl's. She was a little envious and jealous. Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei was a little impatient. Hung Xian gritted her teeth and directly took out her sword and gently cut Gu Fei's arm. However, the scene of blood spurting out did not appear at all. How is this possible? Hung Xian rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. However, there was not even a scratch on Gu Fei's arm that was cut by the sword edge. Impossible. Hung Xian couldn't believe what she saw. The sword in her hand was a half-step eternal Dao weapon, but it couldn't even cut the skin of a little half-step sage? What's impossible? Gu Fei was proud. Again. Hung Xian didn't believe it. This time, she directly used her sword to cut Gu Fei's arm. Then, Hung Xian was dumbfounded. This time, she saw it clearly. She stared at the place on Gu Fei's arm that was cut by the sword edge. Impossible. Could it be that this sword is fake? Hung Xian looked dumbfounded. She even suspected that the half-step eternal sword in her hand was fake. Well, I also suspect that this sword is fake. Why don't you give this sword to me? Gu Fei said seriously. Trying to fool this princess? Dream on. Hung Xian directly threw the half-step eternal sword into her inner world. Are you an eternal supremacy? Hung Xian stared at Gu Fei with a puzzled look. What do you think? Gu Fei said, pretending to be mysterious. Are you still not going? Hung Xian said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Gu Fei said as he walked out of his hiding place and then walked unhurriedly towards the gate of the stronghold. He dared to enter the stronghold because he had an eternal martial body. Unless an eternal supremacy attacked, no one could hurt him. Gu Fei felt that the closer he got to the stronghold, the stronger the smell of blood in the air. He would not foolishly walk in through the gate of the stronghold. There was more than one place to enter the stronghold. The high wall was useless to Gu Fei. He walked to a secret place and then carefully climbed up the wall. Cunning guy. Hung Xian who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and directly raised her middle finger at Gu Fei, who was climbing the wall. Very quickly, Gu Fei climbed to the top of the wall and discovered that there were countless runes imprinted on the wall. However, these runes had already collapsed. Obviously, this stronghold had a protective array, but it was broken by someone. The person who attacked was very straightforward, and the array was also broken in a straightforward manner. It seemed that a single blow had shattered the array patterns of the entire array. Gu Fei leaned on the wall and looked into the stronghold. He saw that the stronghold was in a mess, and the ground was littered with corpses. The entire stronghold seemed to have been annihilated by someone. At that moment, Gu Fei also saw Hung Xian's death scapegoat puppet incarnation. The puppet incarnation was circling around the empty space of the stronghold. Array. Bewildering array. Gu Fei saw through it with a glance. The puppet incarnation was surrounded by invisible array patterns. Under the gaze of Gu Fei's eternal divine eyes, nothing in the stronghold could hide. Some of the array formations in the stronghold had not been completely broken. An extreme Dao level array? Gu Fei was speechless. In Eternal World, even an extreme Dao supremacy had become a bandit. In Gu Fei's original world, this was absolutely unimaginable. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He jumped down from the wall and landed inside the stronghold. Who killed this bandit? Chapter 47:17. Within the stronghold, there were corpses, blood, and broken magic artifacts everywhere. As Gu Fei walked through the stronghold, he could not help but be moved when he saw the scene. The one who attacked was incomparably powerful. His combat power was even more terrifying. Everyone in the stronghold had been killed with one blow. That was evident from the corpses on the ground. Amazing. He looks like I did back in the day. Gu Fei murmured. There were quite a number of capable people in Eternal World. He circled around the stronghold, but did not find anything. These bandits were really unlucky. He did not know who they had offended, but that person did not take away the cultivation resources here even after wiping out the entire stronghold of bandits. Gu Fei found a considerable number of immortal crystals in the basement behind the stronghold. That was a bargain for him. The worldly spiritual energy within Eternal World was simply too abundant. Due to that, cultivators at the Immortal God stage and above would utilize immortal crystals for their cultivation. The immortal crystals could be divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. One grade lower than immortal crystals were spirit stones. Cultivators below the Immortal God stage would use spirit stones for cultivation. As for experts at the sacred stage and above, they would no longer use immortal crystals for their cultivation. Instead, they would use sky crystals, which were of a higher grade compared to immortal crystals. Sky crystals contain the purest worldly essence energy within Eternal World. Deep within the hidden Dragon Mountains was a heavenly crystal mine. In order to protect the heavenly crystal mine, the Eternal Godly Dynasty had stationed an army of Eternal Godly Dynasty there. The cultivation system in Eternal World had been developed to the extreme. Here, the lifespan of all living beings was far longer than that of ordinary living beings. Long lifespans meant long cultivation time. Therefore, immortals and gods were as common as dogs in Eternal World. Sages could be found everywhere. Even supreme exalts were a common sight. However, supreme existences in the eternal stage would not casually appear. At that moment, Gu Fei sent a signal to Hung Xian. Soon, Hung Xian arrived. When she saw that her death scapegoat puppet was trapped in the broken array of the stronghold, she became furious. She stepped forward and took out the half-step eternal divine sword. With one slash, she destroyed the broken array and kept the death scapegoat puppet. Humph! As expected, there are still survivors. At this time, a sneer sounded in the minds of Gu Fei and Hung Xian. What? Gu Fei and Chu Yin were both taken aback. In the next moment, a huge golden hand directly descended from the sky, blasting towards Gu Fei and Hung Xian in the stronghold. The violent palm force erupted, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. Extreme Supreme? Gu Fei could not help but change his expression when he sensed the powerful energy ripples that erupted from the golden hand that slammed down from the sky. What? Hung Xian was stunned by this scene. She stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Do you want to die? Gu Fei pulled Hung Xian over and pressed her under his body. Then, he propped himself up with all 4 limbs and used his back to receive the palm that was descending from the sky. Rumble. As the golden hand slammed down, the entire village began to shake. One house after another turned into dust and drifted between heaven and earth. Boom! As the golden hand fell, there was a loud noise that shook the mountains. The entire village was smashed into the ground by the golden hand that descended from the sky. I thought there would be a big shot, but it's just 2 little guys. A figure appeared in the sky, looking down at the flying dust below, and said indifferently. In the next moment, this person took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void, leaving directly. Creatures below the Extreme Supreme wouldn't be able to survive at all. This Extreme Supreme didn't expect that a little half-saint could actually withstand his attack. The smoke and dust in the mountain lasted for a full 4 hours before dissipating. In the mountain ridge, the original location of the stronghold was impressively replaced by a huge palm print. At this time, 2 guys climbed out of the giant palm print sneakily. Hung Xian was really speechless. She never thought that Gu Fei could actually block the attack of an Extreme Supreme and save her life. Just now, if it weren't for Gu Fei protecting her under his body, she was afraid that she would really die. The moment the golden hand fell, she felt how close she was to death. However, even though she was protected by Gu Fei's body and Hung Xian was wearing an extreme downgrade protective armor, she was still injured. Of course, it was only a light injury. Seeing Hung Xian's disheveled appearance, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? You're even more miserable than this princess, okay? Hung Xian glared at Gu Fei and said angrily. Gu Fei was really miserable. His clothes were torn and hung on his body, and there was a faint palm print on his back. Hung Xian couldn't help but admire him. This guy actually had such a powerful Dao body. Could it be that this guy was really an eternal level old monster? Did something go wrong with his cultivation, causing his cultivation to drop from the eternal realm to the bottom? Hung Xian couldn't help but doubt this. One must know that it was impossible for a half-step sage to have such a powerful Dao body. That was the attack of an extreme supreme, and he actually withstood it. Who was the one who plotted against this princess? If this princess finds out, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Hung Xian said fiercely. You better wash up and sleep. The other party is an extreme supreme. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. TSK, is an extreme supreme so awesome? Hung Xian said disdainfully. Her father, Nan Wang, was a half-step eternal existence. Not awesome, not awesome. Gu Fei echoed. This chick really gave him a headache. Hung Xian still wanted to say something. Let's go quickly. If that person comes back, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Gu Fei said quickly. That's true. Let's go, let's go. Hung Xian was also afraid. If he attacked again, she would be dead, but Gu Fei definitely wouldn't die. The two of them hurriedly left the mountain range. Gu Fei found a pool and took a bath. Then, he killed a ferocious beast and happily roasted its meat. As for Hung Xian she also secretly went to the pool to take a bath. While Gu Fei and Hung Xian were eating and drinking, in the depths of the hidden dragon mountains, a large number of experts had gathered outside an immortal's cave. The powerful auras that erupted from them even affected the celestial phenomena in the sky. Does the eternal immortal sect want to monopolize this immortal's cave? A figure shrouded in demonic aura glared at a figure shrouded in celestial light on the opposite mountain peak. Go back to where you came from, Emogentian. The figure retorted. Preposterous. I found this immortal's cave first. The Devil Supreme said angrily. So what? The Supreme from the eternal immortal sect said coldly. You're courting death. Chapter 47:18. Eternal World, Immortal Province, Mount Surrendering Dragon. It was very lively. The Hidden Dragon Mountains were located in the southern part of the Eternal Godly Dynasty's territory in the Immortal Province. It had always been a land of chaos and bandits. Following the fall of the Old Dragon, the entire Mount Fu Long mountain range became even more chaotic. In particular, some people said that even though the Old Dragon in the Hidden Dragon Mountains had fallen, he left behind a cave abode and his cultivation base. Now, all the cultivators who received the news rushed to the Mount Surrendering Dragon like madmen. In the depths of the Mount Surrendering Dragon, in front of a grotto mansion, experts from various major factions were facing off. Emogentian, the first devil son of the Eternal Demon Sect, was fighting against Yu Huang, the holy daughter of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Back in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the two of them had successfully snatched away a grand Dao Golden Lotus before fleeing back to Eternal World. As for these two fellows, they were truly amazing. They had both successfully taken that step and attained extreme Dao fruits. Emogentian made the first move. Supreme Devil Fist. He immediately unleashed the Eternal Demon Sect's Eternal Grade Fist technique. The Eternal Demon Sect was the #1 demonic sect in Eternal World, and had existed for countless years. The Supreme Devil Fist was an eternal grade fist technique that only true disciples of the sect were qualified to cultivate. Emogentian's punch caused the air within a radius of several kilometers to tremble. The overbearing fist energy shook heaven and earth. So near, yet worlds apart soared. Yu Huang took a step forward, evading Emogentian's punch. She waved her right hand, and a beam of sword light shot toward him at incredible speed. The sword was a combination of the power of time and space, and was the ultimate secret magic of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Emogentian wanted to evade, but he couldn't. Eternal Demon Body. Emogentian let out a furious roar, and a powerful demonic energy erupted from his body. A demonic shadow rushed out from his body and blocked the immortal sword light that was coming for him. Good. Yu Huang bellowed and attacked with her sword again. You think I'm afraid of you? Emogentian sneered and charged forward. The two supreme experts began to fight. At this time, the other experts outside the cave did not make a move. They were all watching the show. The old dragon of the hidden dragon mountain was a supreme, eternal-level existence. How could the cave abode he left behind be so easily broken into? While Amo Zhentian and Yu Huang were fighting, Gu Fei and Heng Xian were also advancing towards the depths of the hidden dragon mountains. They were extremely cautious, not daring to provoke the terrifying beasts in the mountains. Gu Fei's ability to survive in the wild was not to be underestimated. However, Heng Xian didn't have any experience at all. If it weren't for Gu Fei watching from the side, she would have been bitten by a poisonous snake that suddenly jumped out of the grass. Although she wasn't bitten by the snake, Heng Xian was still frightened. Just as they crossed over a mountain ridge, the sounds of fighting suddenly came from ahead. Gu Fei hurriedly looked forward and saw that in the mountain ridge in front of him, there was actually another stronghold. A black shadow was killing in and out of the stronghold, unexpectedly unstoppable. A little interesting. Gu Fei watched as the person displayed his invincible might. He saw that the person actually used a pair of fists to beat the bandits into a sorry state. The person was very domineering, killing a bandit with a single punch. Roar! A roar came from the stronghold, only to see a burly man brandishing a saber, fiercely rushing towards the black-clothed man, slashing down with his saber. Swish! The sound of breaking air resounded. The void seemed to be torn apart. However, the person still punched out, directly shattering the opponent's saber. His fist did not stop and directly smashed into the opponent's chest. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from the burly man's body. Then he collapsed to the ground and died just like that. One punch killed. Could it be that this person destroyed the previous stronghold? Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of this. So powerful. Heng Xian couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the incomparably domineering person. Very soon, the bandits in the stronghold couldn't bear it anymore and began to scatter in all directions. The black-clothed man didn't chase after them. He seemed to be enjoying the pleasure of punching flesh. After that, the stronghold was empty. The bandits here were either killed by the black-clothed man or escaped. Come out! The middle-aged man suddenly roared at the place where Gu Fei and Heng Xian were hiding. Gu Fei knew that he couldn't hide anymore, so he directly walked out of his hiding place. Heng Xian could only follow behind Gu Fei. Eat my fist! The man directly punched at Gu Fei. You think I'm afraid of you? The black-clothed man clenched his right fist and also punched at the middle-aged man. Bam! The two fists collided, and then Heng Xian saw that the person who retreated was actually this powerful middle-aged man, not Gu Fei. Good kid. The middle-aged man was majestic, and his eyes were like lightning. He stopped retreating and looked at the black-clothed young man in surprise. Martial Extreme Immortal Trace Fist Technique. Are you a disciple of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect? Gu Fei suddenly said. How did you know? The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. The Eastern Martial Immortal Sect was one of the top sects in the Eternal World. This black-clothed young man could actually tell that his fist technique was from the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. Could it be that this kid had some kind of relationship with the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect? Haha, I just happen to know a few disciples of the Eastern Martial Immortal Sect, Gu Fei said with a smile. Back in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, he had met Wu Jizi and the other two disciples of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. I see. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a cold light. If you two don't mind, how about coming to my place? The middle-aged man said. Sure. Gu Fei readily agreed. Heng Xian also had no objections. With that, the middle-aged man led Gu Fei and Heng Xian away from the stronghold, disappearing into the mountains. Meanwhile, in front of the old dragon's cave in Mount Hidden Dragon, Holy Daughter Yu Huang of the Eternal Immortal Sect and Devil Son Amo Zhentian of the Eternal Devil Sect were still fighting. The two of them were evenly matched, and it would not be easy to determine a victor. Someone was trying to break the seal of the old dragon's cave. However, as long as someone attacked the seal at the entrance of the cave, they would suffer a counterattack. Many people were unlucky. Although they didn't lose their lives, injuries were unavoidable. Hey, old bro, I didn't think your place would be so good. The middle-aged man led Gu Fei and Hung Xian to a valley where flowers bloomed and the scenery was picturesque. It was as if they had entered a paradise. Hee, it's not bad. The middle-aged man, Liang Feng, smiled as he brought Gu Fei and Hung Xian into a pavilion. Then, he ordered people to serve wine and dishes to entertain them. Old bro, you're too polite. Gu Fei sat down and drank a large bowl of wine. Hung Xian also wanted to take a sip, but Gu Fei seemed to be careless and knocked the wine bowl in her hand to the ground. Io, what's going on? I feel a little dizzy. Gu Fei sat down on the stone bench and looked like he was on the verge of collapse. When Hung Xian saw this, she was shocked. Haha. Chapter 47:19. Gu Fei and Hung Xian were led to a fairyland-like valley by a guy named Liang Feng. Liang Feng set up a banquet in the pavilion to entertain Gu Fei and Hung Xian but Gu Fei, who had just drunk a bowl of wine, was already on the verge of collapse. Haha, that's true. Several powerful figures appeared outside the pavilion. Hung Xian suddenly stood up and directly slammed her palm towards Liang Feng, who was sitting across the table. Liang Feng also let out a loud laugh. Like a phantom, he rushed out of the pavilion. Hung Xian's saint-level palm force actually collided with an invisible force. A layer of light barrier appeared around the pavilion, blocking her palm force. This pavilion was set up with a trapping formation. Obviously, the other party had planned this beforehand. She and Gu Fei were trapped in this shabby pavilion. You guys! She glared at the people outside the pavilion. She saw 3 people outside. Including the guy named Liang Feng, there were 4 of them. These 4 guys were looking at Hung Xian with malicious intent. Old 3, where did you go to kidnap such a shrewish girl? The middle-aged man in green squinted his eyes and sized up Hung Xian in the pavilion. His eyes were filled with lust. Quickly let us out, or else, Hung Xian said angrily. Or else what? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Hey, wake up. Hung Xian had never seen such a scene. She panicked and quickly pulled Gu Fei, who was lying on the table. However, Gu Fei seemed to have fainted. No matter how hard she pulled, he wouldn't wake up. Don't waste your energy. Even if an extreme Dao supremacy ate this extreme Dao bewilderment drug, they would be unconscious for at least 10 days and 10 nights. This guy is just a half-step saint. I reckon he won't wake up for thousands of years. Liang Feng sneered. Extreme Dao bewilderment drug? When Hung Xian heard this, she was taken aback. This thing was very precious. One must know that this was something that could even confuse an extreme Dao supremacy. These guys actually used this thing on them? What exactly do you want? Hung Xian calmed down. She wasn't stupid. As the daughter of the southern hegemon of the eternal divine dynasty, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Smart. How about this? First, hand over all the cultivation resources you have on you, and then we'll talk. A short and fat middle-aged man in black suddenly said. Dream on. Hung Xian said angrily. Hey, I just said that you're smart. Why are you so stupid now? Fatty shook his head. Fourth bro, why are you still talking so much nonsense with this girl? Let's knock this guy out first. Then, won't everything on her be ours? A tall and mighty middle-aged man with straight eyebrows said coldly. Boss is right. Everyone nodded. When Hung Xian heard this, her expression changed. Who are you? Hung Xian's eyes were filled with anger. Ever since she was born, she had never been schemed against by others. She didn't expect to encounter it today. Your Highness, stop pretending to be calm. The middle-aged man called Liang Feng sneered. Do you know who I am? Hung Xian was even more shocked. Haha! The 4 guys outside suddenly burst into laughter. They seemed to be amused by Hung Xian. The Southern Overlord has been looking for you all over the world. It's impossible for us not to know you. The white-faced middle-aged man opened the folding fan in his hand. A faintly discernible fragrance immediately spread out from the folding fan in his hand. You know who I am, yet you still dare to scheme against this princess. You guys are really bold. Hung Xian gritted her teeth and said, TCH. The 4 guys showed disdainful expressions. who asked us to have a little enmity with that southern overlord. Today, let's take some interest from him." The white-faced middle-aged man smiled and walked towards the pavilion. With a wave of his hand, the layer of light covering the pavilion disappeared. Hung Xian still wanted to say something, but she suddenly felt dizzy. Then, she weakly sat down on the stool. Both her hands supported the table, and she was on the verge of collapsing. "What does the southern overlord's woman look like? I want to see," the white-faced middle-aged man said, and reached out to pull off Hung Xian's veil. Hung Xian wanted to stop him, but her hands and feet were powerless. The white-faced middle-aged man pulled off Hung Xian's veil. He only felt that his eyes lit up. A peerless beauty. He had never seen such a breathtaking woman before. She was pure with a hint of charm, especially that cold temperament. This was simply a goddess who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. "This chick is mine. I'll fight anyone who dares to snatch her from me." The white-faced middle-aged man looked at Hung Xian with an even more lustful gaze. "Second brother, we can't touch this chick for the time being." At this time, the others also walked into the pavilion. Hearing the big brother's words, the white-faced middle-aged man's mouth twitched a few times, but he didn't dare to say anything. If the southern overlord knows that his precious daughter is in our hands, will he go crazy?" Fatty said with a sinister smile. "All right, don't be muddle-headed at this crucial moment." The big brother glanced at everyone and said, "Got it, big brother." Fatty laughed. "Tisich, we, the 4 venerables of Mount Fulong, are not vegetarians," the white-faced middle-aged man said disdainfully. "It's always better to be careful," the guy named Liang Feng said with a solemn expression. Bam! Gotcha! At this moment, a muffled sound mixed with the sound of bones breaking was heard. The pavilion suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist, and the entire pavilion was instantly filled with the pungent smell of blood. Both Liang Feng and the pale-faced middle-aged man were covered in blood, and they were completely stunned. The black-shirt fatty was also dumbfounded and almost peed his pants from the scene in front of him. A fist actually pierced through the chest of the big brother of the 4 venerables. This fist penetrated through their big brother's back and came out from his chest. Looking at the back of their big brother, there was actually a person standing there. This person was actually Gu Fei, who was knocked out by the extreme Dao hypnosis drug from the beginning. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Roar! The big brother of the 4 venerables of Mount Fulong roared, and a powerful extreme Dao power was about to erupt. However, Gu Fei took advantage of the fact that the force had yet to explode and kicked him out of the pavilion. Boom! The big brother of the 4 venerables of Mount Fulong smashed into a mountain a dozen miles away like a cannonball, causing half of the mountain to explode. Gu Fei, Hung Xian, let out a weak cry before collapsing onto the table and fainting. "You're courting death." The black-shirt fatty and the others regained their senses and attacked Gu Fei fiercely. Just a quasi-supreme. Chapter 47:20. Inside the pavilion in the valley, Gu Fei suddenly made his move. With one punch, he punched through the chest of the leader of the 4 sovereigns of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Then, with a kick, he sent the guy flying, crashing into a mountain several kilometers away. The sudden change almost made the eyes of the fatty in black and the others fall to the ground. Their leader was an extreme-grade supreme. Yet this guy punched through his extreme-grade Dao body? How was that possible? This little guy was just a half-step saint. It was a miracle for a half-step saint to punch through the extreme-grade supreme's Dao body. Such an unbelievable thing had never happened in the eternal world. Damn you! Kill! The fatty in black and the others directly attacked Gu Fei. Boom! A black palm print slapped towards Gu Fei. The one who attacked was the fatty in black. The power of a quasi-supreme erupted from his palm print and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Liang Feng opened his mouth and spat out an extremely sharp blade light, which directly slashed towards Gu Fei. As for the middle-aged man in white, he waved the folding fan in his hand, and a terrifying cold power immediately surged out from the folding fan, freezing everything. Haha! Gu Fei did not dodge and let the attacks of the 3 people hit him. In the next moment, He was hit by the fatty in Black's palm and slashed by the blade light that Liang Feng spat out. Then, he was instantly frozen by the cold aura that surged out from the folding fan in the middle-aged man's hand. Seeing this scene, the fatty in Black and the others were dumbfounded. This guy was too easy to deal with. At this time, Gu Fei's martial body was like a black hole, devouring the power of these guys. Boom. Just when the fatty in Black and the others thought that Gu Fei was dead, a loud sound rang out and the ice on Gu Fei's body exploded. A figure directly attacked the three guys. Bang! Gu Fei returned a palm strike to the fatty in Black and sent him flying out of the pavilion. Swoosh! Then, he chopped down at Liang Feng. Resplendent blade light shot out from his hand and struck Liang Feng, sending him flying out of the pavilion. As for the middle-aged man in white, he took a punch from Gu Fei. This punch caused the guy to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying for more than 10 miles. His head smashed into another mountain, creating a huge hole in it. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed fatty and Liang Feng were greatly alarmed. Could it be that this fellow was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Otherwise, how could this guy possess such abnormal battle prowess? Is this guy really only at the half-saint realm? He's just a quasi-supreme. He can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He then took out a drop of immortal god liquid and fed it to Hong Xian. As soon as Hong Xian ate the immortal god liquid, she immediately woke up and looked at Gu Fei with a complicated expression. She could feel the power contained in this drop of immortal god liquid. Although Hong Xian was the precious daughter of the southern hegemon of the eternal divine dynasty, she had never eaten a divine medicine with such strong vitality. This divine medicine not only cured her of the extreme Tao confusion drug, but also improved her cultivation. A divine medicine that could improve the cultivation of a saint-level expert was definitely extraordinary. Little guy, I'm going to kill you. At this time, a roar came from afar. Then, the lower half of the mountain that was smashed by the leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain also exploded with a loud bang. Dust rose high into the sky. A figure rushed out of the dust and instantly appeared above the pavilion. There was a bloody hole in this person's chest. This person was the leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain. The leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain roared and slammed his palm down on the pavilion below. Violent extreme Tao-level power erupted from his hand. The void trembled. The attack of an extreme Tao Supreme was naturally no small matter. Gu Fei grabbed Hong Xian and rushed out of the pavilion. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire pavilion was smashed into smithereens by the leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain. A huge handprint was left where the pavilion used to be. This guy, although Hong Xian was a saint, under the pressure of an extreme Tao Supreme, her mind almost collapsed. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and Hong Xian flew out of the valley like a cloud. At this time, Gu Fei had no worries. He directly stomped on the ground, and in the next moment, he shot up into the sky and attacked the leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out as the two exchanged over a dozen moves in the air before Gu Fei landed on the ground. His cultivation was not enough to roam the 9 heavens like an extreme Tao Supreme, but his Tao body was so strong that even an extreme Tao Supreme couldn't withstand a punch from him. By the time Gu Fei landed on the ground, Fatty in Black and the others were already charging at him. Boom! Violent energy waves spread out, with Gu Fei as the center. Everything within a few miles was shaken into smithereens. Kill! Liang Feng became one with his saber and attacked Gu Fei. Clang! Gu Fei's fists continuously collided with Liang Feng's saber light, producing the sound of metal colliding. How is this possible? Liang Feng was shocked to the extreme. He was a quasi-supreme saber Tao cultivator, but his saber light couldn't even cut through his opponent's skin? Roar! The middle-aged man in white roared and attacked Gu Fei. On his folding fan, the cold energy was vast and mighty, and it actually snowed between heaven and earth. Gu Fei became stronger as the battle went on. His fists actually fought against the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. If this scene was seen by others, it would definitely cause a commotion. The leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain was an extreme supreme being, but he was injured by Gu Fei in the beginning, so his battle strength was reduced. Otherwise, Gu Fei would really be in trouble. Ultimate punch break kill. Gu Fei didn't want to be entangled with these guys anymore, so he directly used his trump card. He disappeared into the void in an instant, and when he reappeared, his fist had already landed heavily on the chest of the middle-aged man in white. Bam! With a muffled sound, the middle-aged man in white was blasted by Gu Fei's punch and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? When the others saw this scene, they were really shocked. They could sense that Gu Fei's battle strength had suddenly soared to a level that made their hearts palpitate. A primordial spirit rushed out of the blood mist and directly soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, Gu Fei rushed up from the ground and swallowed the primordial spirit into his stomach. Chapter 47:21. In the Hidden Dragon Mountain, in the lair of the Four Supremes, Gu Fei battled the Four Supremes, and they were locked in a stalemate. However, Gu Fei did not want to play around with them anymore. He immediately performed the extremity-breaking fist, breaking the limit with one punch and destroying the middle-aged man in white's body. The power of the extremity-breaking fist was too strong. Although the middle-aged man in white was a quasi-supreme, he could not withstand it. After his body was turned into a bloody mist, his primordial spirit soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, Gu Fei also soared into the sky and swallowed the middle-aged man's primordial spirit into his stomach. Rumble. An extremely powerful wave of power came from Gu Fei's body. His cultivation had broken through to the saint level, and the power of the divine path filled every part of his body. Roar. Gu Fei roared into the sky, and the surrounding void trembled. The others were all dumbfounded at the sight. Lao Bai is dead? How is this possible? The voice of the fatty in black trembled. Liang Feng was also dumbfounded. The leader of the Four Supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain was about to go crazy. Feeling the return of the power of the saint level, Gu Fei was extremely excited. He had finally become a saint in the eternal world. He was familiar with the power of the divine path and familiar with the laws of the divine path. He extended his right hand and clenched the void. Powerful spiritual chi of the world gathered toward him in a frenzy, forming a divine sword in his hand. Virum. He shook the divine sword in his hand, and in the next moment, countless rays of light from the sword shot out from his hand towards the remaining Four Supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain. Every ray of light from the sword was as dazzling as a divine rainbow. They were extremely sharp and terrifying, as if they could split the heavens and the earth in half. How is this possible? He's only a saint level? The leader of the Four Supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain was shocked when he felt the power of Gu Fei's move. Guardian of the Extreme Path. The leader of the Four Supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain used the Extreme Path. A ball of divine light surged from his body, blocking all the rays of light from the sword. However, not everyone had the ability to block Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei's sword light directly pierced through the fatty's protective divine light. Over a dozen sword lights instantly pierced through his body, causing a mist of blood to spurt out. Roar. The black-robed fatty roared and fell down stiffly. He could clearly feel that his life force was constantly being slashed away by his opponent's sword light, and his entire body was on the verge of collapsing. However, Liang Feng was very cunning. He directly used a quasi-sovereign shield to block in front of him. However, the quasi-supreme level shield seemed to be useless. Gu Fei's sword light directly pierced through the quasi-supreme level shield, then through the unlucky quasi-supreme level shield. Liang Feng vomited blood and retreated. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had just recovered to the sage level, his battle prowess was something that even a quasi-supreme being would have to concede defeat. This guy is simply a monster. Liang Feng also fell to the ground. The destructive power contained in the opponent's sword light was truly terrifying. Was this a sword technique that focused on killing? Haha, great. Gu Fei was very satisfied with his battle prowess. Moreover, his sage power was still growing. Damn it! The leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain's eyes turned red when he saw this. A mere sage could actually injure a quasi-supreme being. To him, this was simply a miracle. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei was beyond his understanding. In the eternal world, there had never been anyone who could fight an extreme supreme being with the cultivation of a sage, let alone injure an extreme supreme being. As for a quasi-supreme being, in the eyes of Gu Fei, they were even more vulnerable. His opponent was only the leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain, Jin Wu. Kill! The leader of the four supremes, Jin Wu, roared furiously. Wave after wave of sharp metal elemental power erupted from his body, turning into a shocking divine sword that pierced towards Gu Fei. Competing with me in the way of the sword? Gu Fei was overjoyed. When I was in the lower realm, I was an eternal level sword supreme. My way of the sword was much higher than this guy's. He held his sword again and swung it upwards. In the next moment, a sword veil appeared between heaven and earth. All the power of heaven and earth was mobilized and turned into this shocking sword. Then, Jin Wu's sword aura was instantly crushed by Gu Fei's sword aura. Countless metal elemental sword aura collapsed. After the collapse, the metal elemental power turned into metal elemental power was absorbed by Gu Fei's sword light, causing the power of Gu Fei's sword light to multiply. What? Seeing this, the leader of the four supremes of the Hidden Dragon Mountain was truly shocked. How could he fight like this? His opponent was getting stronger while he was getting weaker. He had already predicted the outcome of this battle. Let's go. Jin Wu stretched out his hands, and two huge golden hands grabbed towards Liang Feng and the black-robed fatty from the sky. He wanted to save these two guys. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and swung his sword again. This sword was like the sword of heaven falling, cutting through the 3,000 great ways. The immortal sword light directly destroyed the two golden hands that descended from the sky. Brother, I'm sorry, Jin Wu said and turned to escape. He instantly disappeared at the end of the sky. Escaping was faster than anything else. Boss! Liang Feng and the fatty in black were in despair when they saw this. Jin Wu, you bastard. The fatty in black cursed. Where was the code of brotherhood? Where was the promise of dying on the same day of the same year? Motherf asterisk Ker. It was all bullsh asterisk T. Gu Fei did not show any mercy. He directly killed the black-clothed fatty with his sword and swallowed the black-clothed fatty's essence soul in one gulp. After swallowing the fatty's primordial spirit, a black hole appeared in the void. It was an inner world that was about to collapse. This inner world was naturally the fatty in black's inner world. Gu Fei hastily took action to stabilize the inner world. Next, he fused the inner world into his own inner world. With that, Gu Fei obtained all of the fatty in black's inner world. Earlier, the middle-aged man in white had not managed to open up his inner world. Thus, Gu Fei's punch had destroyed all the items on him, leaving nothing behind. Don't kill me. At that moment, Liang Feng finally grew fearful. After devouring the fatty in black's primordial spirit, Gu Fei refined the fatty's great Tao and his cultivation base rose considerably, breaking through to the mid-level sacred stage. If I devour the primordial spirit of another quasi-supreme, my cultivation base will be able to recover to the major success stage of the sacred stage. Gu Fei was very excited. This method of improving his cultivation base was too exhilarating. There was no need for him to painstakingly comprehend the heavenly Tao of eternal world. All he needed to do was refine the other party's great Tao essence. The other party's great Tao essence contained the other party's understanding of the heavenly Tao of eternal world, turning the other party's possessions into his own. This was definitely a shortcut for him to recover his cultivation base. This method was countless times more powerful compared to the demonic heaven-gorging art. He no longer had to painstakingly comprehend the heavenly Tao of eternal world. Chapter 47:22. Eternal world was simply too big. It was home to tens of thousands of races and countless experts. Not even eternal supremes could determine just how big this world was. The cultivation system within eternal world had also reached an extreme. Countless cultivation techniques had been tempered and refined. The inferior ones were eliminated while the superior ones were kept and passed down. Gu Fei's method of furiously devouring the cultivation base of others was something that cultivators from the demonic path would often use. At first glance, it would appear to be no different from the demonic path. However, in essence, Gu Fei's devouring technique did not simply absorb the cultivation base of his enemies. Instead, he would devour and refine the cultivator's comprehension towards the grand Tao into his own. That was a defiance of heaven. He had cultivated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, an extreme Tao technique. This was a cultivation technique derived from the secret technique of divine seizing and the secret technique of pure truth. Using the secret technique of divine seizing to snatch and the secret technique of pure truth to refine for his own use. This fusion pushed the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, which was already an extreme Tao technique, up by a notch and became an eternal technique. Truth be told, Gu Fei was also constantly exploring and creating an eternal technique. At his level of cultivation, only a cultivation technique that he created would be most suitable for him. Ha ha ha. This cultivation technique shall be called eternal devouring. Gu Fei laughed as he walked towards Liang Feng, one of the 4 premiers of Mount Hithering Dragon. Don't kill me. I am willing to become your slave. I will do anything for you. All I want is to live. Liang Feng was scared out of his wits by Gu Fei's actions, devouring the cultivation base and even the primordial spirit of others. Wasn't that the same as destroying both his body and soul? In the past, he had enjoyed the pleasure of destroying others' body and soul. Now, however, it was his turn to be destroyed. There was no pleasure in that. There was only fear. At this moment, he finally understood the fear and despair of those who had been destroyed in body and soul by him before they died. This could simply drive people crazy. You must have harmed quite a number of people. There is no reason for me to let you go and harm others. After saying that, Gu Fei extended his right hand to grab Liang Feng. Go to hell. Liang Feng's gaze suddenly turned ferocious, and his expression instantly became incomparably ferocious. A destructive force erupted from his body. Self-destruct? Gu Fei laughed and retracted his hand. He took out a brick and smashed it on Liang Feng's head. I'll let you be ruthless. I'll let you self-destruct. Gu Fei punched and kicked him, beating him up. Be obedient and let me devour your cultivation. Isn't that good? Why do you want to suffer? Gu Fei scolded. He had the eternal martial body. The power of his fists and feet was very strong. Even a Tao body of an extreme Tao sovereign could be punched through with one punch. This Liang Feng was merely a quasi-supreme being. After being beaten up by Gu Fei, he was beaten up into a pig's head. The brick contained a formidable sealing power. Instantly, it repelled the quasi-extreme Tao-level destructive power that had erupted from Liang Feng's body. That was the 3 boundaries steel, something capable of suppressing the 3 realms. It had been a long time since Gu Fei had used this brick. However, he found that the 3 boundaries steel was also suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws of eternal world. It was simply incapable of unleashing its power to suppress the 3 realms. At present, the mighty 3 boundaries steel could only be used by Gu Fei as a brick. It would appear that the only way to restore the power of the extreme Tao artifacts was to restore his cultivation base to the extreme Tao stage. Then, he would have to refine all the extreme Tao artifacts on him. By then, the devouring power that Gu Fei had unleashed had enveloped Liang Feng. In the next instant, the quasi-extreme Tao essence power within Liang Feng's body was pulled out by the devouring power and sucked away by Gu Fei. Soon enough, Liang Feng's black hair turned snow-white, and he looked as though he had aged billions of years in an instant. As his quasi-extreme Tao essence power was sucked away by Gu Fei, he rapidly grew weaker. As for Gu Fei, his aura kept growing stronger and his cultivation base rose. It did not take long for him to continuously devour and comprehend the grand Tao laws of eternal world contained within Liang Feng's quasi-extreme Tao essence power. Thus, his cultivation base was able to smoothly recover to the great sage stage. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Gu Fei. Sigh. Mommy, my little grandit. Scaring people will scare people to death. Gu Fei was fully focused on comprehending the heavenly Tao fragment of eternal world contained within Liang Feng's essence power. Thus, he failed to notice that someone had appeared behind him. He was careless. The one who came was none other than Heng Xian. If someone else had been frightened by her, that person would have suffered from cultivation deviation and died. At that moment, Liang Feng's quasi-extreme Tao essence power was completely devoured by Gu Fei. He revealed a look of relief before turning into ashes and dissipating into the void, disappearing from this world. Since then, the 4 sovereigns of Crouching Dragon Mountain had become a thing of the past. Only the eldest of the 4, Jin Wu, had escaped. However, Jin Wu was no longer a threat because Gu Fei's cultivation base had recovered to the Great Sage stage. With the power of his eternal martial constitution, he was strong enough to fight against Supremes. Only then did Gu Fei feel that he had the power to protect himself in Eternal World. As long as his opponent was not a quasi-eternal Supreme, he had nothing to fear. It was impossible for him to fight against an eternal existence, unless his cultivation base could recover to the quasi-eternal stage. You suck that guy into ashes? Heng Xian stared at Gu Fei in shock. "Tch, can I?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly. "No, he is so despicable. Letting him die like this is too easy on him." Heng Xian stamped her feet. Gu Fei thought that Heng Xian would blame him for being cruel and devouring other people's cultivation base. Who would have thought that this little girl felt that dying like this was too easy for Liang Feng? Violent. She was simply a violent girl. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Also, your cultivation base, how is this possible?" Sensing the great sage pressure coming from Gu Fei, Heng Xian was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy a quasi-saint? How did he suddenly become a great sage? Were you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Heng Xian placed her hands on her hips and glared at Gu Fei. "No, didn't you see me devouring this guy's cultivation base?" Gu Fei smiled. "But your cultivation base is improving too fast. What kind of cultivation method is this? Quickly teach me." Heng Xian's eyes immediately lit up. In Eternal World, possessing great power meant that one could rule over everything. Thus, every cultivator yearned to possess great power. However, great power was not something that could be easily obtained. Now, Heng Xian had suddenly discovered a cultivation method that could allow her to easily obtain great power. Naturally, she wanted to obtain this cultivation method. "You want to learn? You really want to learn? Nonsense. Then, devote yourself to me." Chapter 47-23. Now that Gu Fei had recovered his great sage cultivation base, he could easily crush Heng Xian in terms of strength, which made Heng Xian feel somewhat uneasy. A minor bodyguard had actually dared to step on his head. However, in Eternal World, power was everything. The one with the strongest fist would be the boss. Heng Xian was very unhappy, but there was nothing she could do about it. However, she continued to pester Gu Fei, wanting him to teach her the heaven-defying devouring technique. Gu Fei, however, would not budge no matter how hard she tried. "You're too stingy." In the end, Heng Xian could only sulk. "Tch, this is not a matter of being stingy. If it were you, would you be able to teach me the eternal law of your eternal godly dynasty?" Gu Fei's retort left Heng Xian speechless. The eternal godly dynasty naturally had its own eternal law, but it was definitely the dynasty's defining cultivation method. Even Heng Xian the daughter of the southern hegemon, had not been able to learn it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the hidden Dragon Mountains, Yu Huang of the Eternal Immortal Sect and Imo Zhantian of the Eternal Devil Sect were still fighting in front of the Grotto Mansion. The two extreme Tao experts fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground. It was an intense battle, and it was hard to tell who would win. The two extreme Tao-level powers kept colliding, and the surrounding mountain ridges were affected. But in Eternal World, the extreme Tao Supreme experts had lost their ability to overturn rivers and seas. The heavenly Tao laws were simply too powerful here. It was already good enough that the battle between Yu Huang and Imo Zhantian had destroyed a mountain range. Quite a few people have come. Gu Fei and Heng Xian Had also arrived near the grotto mansion. Seeing the dazzling immortal light and towering demonic energy, even he could not help but feel shocked. The aura of the immortal Dao was very familiar. Gu Fei immediately recognized the woman shrouded in immortal light. It was Yu Huang, the holy daughter of the eternal immortal sect. This woman was truly amazing. After obtaining his grand Dao Golden Lotus, her cultivation base broke through to the extreme Dao realm so quickly. It seemed the top sects of Eternal World could not be underestimated. Yu Huang, do you need help? Just then, a purple sun appeared in the distant sky. The mighty power of the purple sun surged forth. Another extreme Dao Supreme had appeared. It's Emperor Ziyang. He's here. Emperor Ziyang was definitely one of the top youths of Eternal World. He had once fought in the lower worlds and successfully returned. After returning to Eternal World, Emperor Ziyang's cultivation base broke through to the extreme Dao realm in less than half a year. When Emperor Ziyang underwent the extreme Dao heavenly tribulation, there was even a phenomenon of 10 suns illuminating the sky. Even the ancestor of the Purple Yang clan was alarmed by him. Actually, all the heavenly divine sons and holy daughters of had achieved their cultivation base and had broken through. Cultivation base of Yang Tian of Tian had. Naturally, there were also some unlucky fellows who ended up dying in the lower worlds. Even Sovereign Sun's fleshly body was blown up, and he had to flee back to Eternal World in a wretched manner. Emperor Ziyang was the holy son of Eternal World's Golden Crow clan. He had mastered the eternal technique, 10 Suns Apocalypse. Even so, Gu Ling's extreme breaker fist had destroyed his fleshly body and primogenitor Golden Crow's clone. Had it not been for that, he would have died in the lower worlds. By then, the passageway leading to the lower worlds had been closed. No one could go there anymore. An eternal paragon had appeared in the lower worlds. Before figuring out what was going on in the lower worlds, no one was willing to provoke that eternal paragon. However, no one knew that the eternal paragon from the lower worlds had secretly come to Eternal World. Furthermore, his cultivation base had recovered to the Great Sage stage. Given Gu Fei's eternal martial constitution, even if he encountered a half-step eternal expert, he would be able to escape even if he could not win. There is no need for you to interfere, Yu Huang said coldly. In the next moment, endless immortal light rushed out from her body and turned into an immortal phoenix. The immortal phoenix flapped its wings and pounced at Emojantian. As the immortal phoenix pounced at Emojantian, it began to burn. It was the eternal immortal fire, the bane of all demons and evil. Wherever the immortal phoenix passed, large swathes of demonic energy would be burned into nothingness. The void seemed to be boiling from the heat. This was the eternal immortal sect's eternity magic. The eternal immortal fire wasn't scorching hot, but rather cool. However, even a paramount paragon would be burned to death in body and soul if touched by it. Supreme Devil Fist. Emojantian roared and unleashed the Eternal Fiend sect's fist technique again. A monstrous demonic aura rushed out of his fist and transformed into a terrifying demonic shadow that pounced towards the immortal phoenix, whose entire body was burning with eternal, immortal flames. Boom! With a loud bang, the immortal phoenix crashed into the demonic shadow and rushed past it. What? Emojantian was shocked. He hastily dodged, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. However, no matter how fast he dodged, his right hand still touched a wisp of the eternal immortal fire on the immortal phoenix's body. He had only touched it with his fingers, but the eternal immortal fire had burned his forearm and turned his entire palm into nothingness. Emojantian turned pale with fright. Without thinking, he chopped off his entire right arm with his left hand, causing demonic blood to splatter everywhere. Yu Huang, I'll remember this grudge. Emojantian was incomparably ferocious. He directly used his own devil blood to execute the eternal devil sect's blood escape art. In an instant, he turned into a streak of blood light and soared into the sky with extreme speed. Oomph! Yu Huang laughed coldly. With a wave of her right hand, the immortal phoenix flew back to her and entered her body, disappearing without a trace. TCH, I thought she could really use the eternal immortal fire. So it's the power of a Dao artifact. Gu Fei immediately understood what was going on when he saw this scene from a distant mountain top. Yu Huang used a Dao artifact that was at least a half-step eternal realm. Should we go up? Hong Xian whispered in Gu Fei's ear. Go up, my guess. Those are all extreme Dao experts. Gu Fei said angrily. TCH, can't you kill an extreme Dao supremacy? Hong Xian rolled her eyes at Gu Fei. First watch the show, then take advantage of it, understand? Gu Fei did not want to go out and fight to the death with those guys. That was the most unwise thing to do. It would not be too late for him to make a move after they fight to the death. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. I like it. Hong Xian smiled. Don't, you must not like me. Gu Fei frowned. Why can't I like you? Hong Xian was unhappy again. I am the daughter of the dignified southern overlord, the princess of the eternal divine dynasty. I have both the looks and the status. I'm a real Miss Perfect. I'm afraid that once you like me, you won't be able to extricate yourself. Haha. Gu Fei laughed heartily. You're so smug. Hong Xian said angrily. The two of you seem to be in a leisurely mood, flirting here. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them. What? Chapter 47:24. The ancient cave abode had existed for who knows how long. The old dragon of Hidden Dragon Mountain was not the only owner of the cave abode. Before the old dragon, the owner of the cave abode was an eternal supremacy. The old dragon of Hidden Dragon Mountain seemed to have obtained the legacy of this eternal supremacy and cultivated to the eternal stage. The door of the cave abode was closed. It was a pair of bronze doors with no lock. The bronze doors were covered in green copper, and one could vaguely make out many patterns and characters engraved on them. Not even the most ancient eternal autarchs would be able to understand those words. Some people believe that those were the most ancient divine characters of the eternal world, long lost in the endless passage of time. For the people of the present, it was like looking at a book from the heavens. Legends about this cave abode were all over the world, and there were countless versions. Although Yu Huang had defeated Imo Zhantian and driven him away, there were still many supreme supremacies around, and all of them were eyeing the cave abode. Some people said that this was a place of fortune. Whoever could enter this ancient cave abode would have the chance to achieve eternal Dao fruit. For supreme supremacies, their only goal was to achieve eternal Dao. However, even though the eternal world was vast and boundless, there were not many living beings who could cultivate to the eternal stage. The death of one eternal supremacy in the eternal world meant one less eternal supremacy. This time, the primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty and the old dragon of Hidden Dragon Mountain had fallen. Two eternal existences had fallen, one after another. This would definitely have a huge impact on the entire eternal world. If it weren't for the martial extreme immortal sect's protection, the eternal godly dynasty would have fallen. The death of the old dragon of Hidden Dragon Mountain had attracted countless supreme supremacies who were eyeing the Fortune Cave abode. The successors of almost all the top forces in the eternal world had come. Gu Fei saw Wu Polarity's figure flash by in the distance, and he also sensed Beigong Yu's aura. Emperor Ziyang had already come to Yu Huang's side. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were secretly staring at the Fortune Cave abode? Yu Huang, how about we work together to open this cave abode? Emperor Ziyang suggested. You think we can open this cave abode? Stop joking. Yu Huang said indifferently. Haha, if the two of us can't do it, we'll just find a few more people. Ziyang Emperor laughed. I'm not interested. Go find someone else. As Yu Huang spoke, she took a deep look at the tightly shut cave dwelling before turning to leave. By then, the top forces of the 13 eastern continents of Eternal World had already sent their men into the hibernating Dragon Mountain range. As for the experts from the other regions, they were still rushing over. The fall of Mount Hithering Dragon's Patriarch was a grand occasion that Eternal World had never seen before. Countless young experts were rushing to the Hidden Dragon Mountains to fight for the Fortune Cave abode. Countless people treated this trip to the Hidden Dragon Mountains as a trial. The trial was cruel, and there would be casualties. However, it still couldn't stop the footsteps of those with firm Dao hearts. Mount Hidden Dragon was located at the southern border of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, but only 1/3 of it was on the immortal continent. The other half was on the martial continent. The immortal continent and the martial continent were separated by a lake in Mount Hidden Dragon. That was the legendary Crouching Dragon Lake. Legend has it that the Crouching Dragon Lake was formed from the heart of an ancient, eternal ancestral dragon and contained a massive amount of dragon chi. Even after countless years, there was still a faint trace of dragon chi in the Crouching Dragon Lake. If the dragon race could capture that trace of dragon chi, they would have the chance to transform into an ancestral dragon. Of course, after countless years, the eternal ancestral dragon chi in the Crouching Dragon Lake had been absorbed by countless dragons. Now, it was difficult to capture the dragon chi in the Crouching Dragon Lake. Strangely enough, the entrance to the ancient cave abode was at the center of the lake, on a stone mountain that looked like the head of an ancestral dragon. It was surrounded by mountains. Even an extreme supreme would have a hard time destroying the rocks around the Crouching Dragon Lake. The battle between Yu Huang and Imo had taken place outside the Crouching Dragon Lake. What a treasured place! The guy who gave Gu Fei and Hung Xian a fright suddenly looked ahead and exclaimed, "I mean, that guy." Hung Xian was in a good mood, but after being scared by this guy, she was in a bad mood. The guy was an old man in green robes. He had a goatee and his hair was casually tied up in a bun. He also had a red nose. "I'm Imo-chan, the array master," the disheveled old man said drunkenly. "What?" When Hung Xian heard this, her eyes widened and her jaw almost dropped to the ground. "You're Imo-chan, the array master?" Her face was filled with disbelief. Wasn't Imo-chan an otherworldly expert? Why did he look like this? The smell of alcohol assaulted Hung Xian's nostrils, causing her to frown. This was far too different from the image of those lofty, otherworldly experts in her heart. "Array master? Then I'll have to ask for your advice." Gu Fei smiled. Hee, could it be that this little friend knows about the array Dao? Master Imo-chan smiled. A little. Gu Fei nodded. He was somewhat interested in the Dao of arrays of eternal world. He wanted to use the Dao of arrays that he had learned to verify the Dao of arrays of eternal world. "Can you tell what's different about this Crouching Dragon Lake?" Master Imo-chan removed the wine gourd from his waist and took a sip. He wiped his mouth and said, "N." Gu Fei stood on the top of the mountain and carefully observed the lake in front of him and the surrounding mountains. The mountains, the movement of the rivers. He realized that the mountains around the Crouching Dragon Lake were like countless dragons lying on the ground with their heads extended to the side of the lake. Are the dragons drinking water or spitting water? Gu Fei muttered to himself. I couldn't tell that you have some skills other than talking about love." Master Imo-chan sized up Gu Fei and said, "This is spitting water, not sucking water. If it was sucking water, the Crouching Dragon Lake would have dried up long ago. To measure the mountains and rivers, not only do you need to see with your eyes, you also need to use your heart to sense it." Master Imo-chan shook his head and said, "It sounds reasonable." Hung Xian said. She didn't know anything about the array Dao, but the old man's words were reasonable. As he spoke, Master Imo-chan actually closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. That's chi. Countless chi is gathering towards the Crouching Dragon Lake from all directions. The dragons are breathing out chi to nourish the Crouching Dragon Lake. Over the years, the Crouching Dragon Lake didn't give birth to any spiritual objects. This is unusual. Master Imo-chan said to himself, "Can you open this cave dwelling?" Gu Fei suddenly asked. "No." Master Imo-chan was very straightforward. "Seems like we have no chance." Hung Xian said disappointedly. "That might not be the case. This fortune cave abode can choose its own master." Chapter 47-25. There were not many array masters in the eternal world, but this Master Imo-chan was a relatively famous array master. This Master Imo-chan's array cultivation was indeed amazing. He could definitely defeat those array grandmasters in the lower realm. The array masters in the eternal world were naturally very powerful. If those so-called array grandmasters in the lower realm came to the eternal world, they would not even have the qualifications to carry Master Imo-chan's shoes. Gu Fei was an eternal paragon in the lower realm, but when he came here, he was still tortured by the supreme heavenly Tao of the eternal world. The higher the level of a flawless world, the stronger the power of the heavenly Tao law. And the eternal world was the highest level world that Gu Fei knew. Compared to eternal world, even primal world and primal world were like ants on the ground compared to the bright moon in the sky. There was simply no way to compare them. Hearing Master Emo Chun say that the Fortune Creation Cave Mansion could choose its own master, Gu Fei could not help but be surprised. Could it be that this cave mansion had already developed its own consciousness? That didn't seem to be an impossible thing. Everything in the world had spirituality. Once they obtained some kind of opportunity, they could embark on the path of cultivation. Even a stone could become a spirit. That means we still have a chance? Hung Xian, Er's eyes suddenly lit up. There is a chance. Everyone has a chance. This old man also has a chance. Emo Chun said, pretending to be profound. TCH, you can't even get close to the cave mansion. What chance do you have? I think you are a big liar. Gu Fei said disdainfully. Little guy, what nonsense are you talking about? Master Emo Chun was a little unhappy. He was a little drunk. He walked to the side and sat on the ground, leaning against a big rock. Soon, he started snoring. Damn! Gu Fei was also a little dumbfounded. This Master Emo was really a strange person. Do we believe his words or not? Hung Xian looked at Gu Fei and said, Me, of course not. As for you, it's up to you. Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently. Hung Xian glared at Gu Fei and really wanted to give him a punch. In Gu Fei's view, this girl was just a naive girl who didn't understand anything. Although this Master Emo Chun looked like an old man, his ability to fool people was definitely not small. This fellow had absolutely nothing to do with those otherworldly experts. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky opposite the mountain that Gu Fei and the others were on. In the next moment, a huge temple rushed out of the black hole, and a powerful aura of a half-step eternal realm expert burst out of it. The people from Soaring Sky Temple are here. Hung Xian couldn't help exclaiming when she saw the temple. The Soaring Firmament Shrine was one of the 3 major factions in the Celestial Continent and could compete with the Eternal God Dynasty. Moreover, the Lord of the Soaring Firmament Shrine was an eternal realm existence. Soaring Sky Temple? Gu Fei looked at the temple floating high in the sky, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This temple was actually a half-step eternal Tao artifact. At this time, in another direction, a figure appeared in the void. Half of the sky suddenly darkened, and the aura that erupted from that person was very shocking. The big shot finally appeared. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. Too terrifying. Hung Xian's voice trembled. The aura of a half-step eternal realm expert was too terrifying, and she almost couldn't breathe under the pressure. But Gu Fei was fine. This level of pressure had no effect on him at all. Let's go. Let's retreat first. Gu Fei made a prompt decision and directly pulled Hung Xian away from the top of the mountain, rushing towards a mountain that was even further away. That Master Emo Chun was still leaning against a boulder, sleeping soundly. Without any words, the figure in the sky directly attacked the temple, and a huge black hand directly grabbed the temple. Boom! At the same time, a fist directly punched out from the temple, directly colliding with the big black hand. The power of 2 half-step eternal realm experts erupted in an instant, and the void trembled. The vast and mighty power wave directly dispersed the clouds in the sky. However, the crouching dragon lake below did not move at all, and the water was calm, as if there was an invisible force blocking the mighty energy storm from the sky. Just like that, a great battle broke out. Is Jin Zhan crazy? He immediately started fighting with the people of Soaring Sky Temple. On the distant mountain, many people were shocked to see this scene. Some people recognized the middle-aged man in white. That person was actually the deputy sect master of Wu Tian sect, Jin Zhan. The deputy sect master of Wu Tian sect? Gu Fei and Hung Xian also made their way to the top of the mountain. There were 5 saint-level cultivators gathered there. In front of a half-step eternal realm expert, sage-level cultivators were like ants. That guy is a lunatic. someone said. The sudden battle in the sky attracted the attention of countless people. Now, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the crouching dragon lake. Are the people of the three major forces of the eternal continent here? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Hung Xian. What three major forces? Where are the experts of my eternal divine dynasty? Hung Xian was speechless. Your father might be here as well, watching you from the shadows. Gu Fei continued to transmit his voice. What? When Hung Xian heard this, she was startled and subconsciously looked around. She was most afraid of her father. This time, she had come out without permission, and when she returned, she would inevitably be punished by her father. It would be difficult for her to come out again. You dare to scare me? Hung Xian kicked at Gu Fei, but Gu Fei dodged it. It had to be said that the cultivation system in Eternal World had been developed to the extreme, and the divine abilities displayed by the two experts in the sky were extremely powerful. Fortunately, this was Eternal World. If a battle between half-step Eternal Realm experts broke out in the lower realm, the entire region would be destroyed in an instant, and billions of living beings would be turned into ashes. In Eternal World, however, not even a half-step Eternal expert would be able to bring about such a great destruction. Even so, the terrifying atmosphere of coercion was still very terrifying. Moreover, this was the Crouching Dragon Lake. There was an inexplicable power in the Crouching Dragon Lake, and even a half-step Eternal Realm expert couldn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree here. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that the Crouching Dragon Lake was still devouring the mighty energy coming down from the sky. Gu Fei noticed this subtle change. That Grandmaster Chen probably didn't expect that the Crouching Dragon Lake would devour the power of cultivators. Chapter 47-26. Gu Fei had discovered the secret of the Crouching Dragon Lake. Perhaps only those in the Eternal Realm knew the secret of the Crouching Dragon Lake. The battle between the half-step Eternal experts continued. Jin Zhan, the deputy sect master of the Wutian sect, was too strong. Every punch and kick he unleashed shook the temple. The Temple of the Soaring Sky Temple was a half-step Eternal-level Tao artifact. The people of the Soaring Sky Temple were hiding in the temple and attacking Jin Zhan. Hiding in the shadows. If you have the guts, come out and fight. What's the point of hiding in the Tao artifact? Jin Zhan sneered as he attacked. Old Jin Zhan, you're bullying the weak. What's the point of that? A voice rang out in everyone's mind as a divine sense rippled out from the temple. Junior, you're courting death. Jin Zhan bellowed out furiously. He extended his hands and grabbed the divine hall in an instant. Afterwards, he wanted to rip the divine hall to pieces. However, it was useless. Who knows how long these two are going to fight? Gu Fei couldn't help frowning as he watched the battle in the sky. Ha ha ha! Right at this moment, a loud laugh resounded, and it reverberated through the mountains. A figure rushed over from afar. He completely ignored the pressure of the half-step Eternal experts and flew towards the Crouching Dragon Lake. A powerful demonic aura erupted from the figure. It's a demon from the Eternal Demon sect. Everyone who was watching the show from the sidelines became nervous. Emohong, you're courting death. Wu Ji of the Martial Extreme Immortal sect roared and rushed over. He had a half-step Eternal-level Tao artifact to protect him, so he could ignore the pressure of the half-step Eternal experts. What? It's Emohong? Hearing Divine Son Wu Ji's words, the people nearby were shocked again. Emohong was one of the great devils of the Eternal Devil sect, and he was one of the devil heirs of the sect. A top-grade sect like the Eternal Demon sect in Eternal World would definitely have more than one demon heir. Back in Gu Fei's Chaos Immortal Mansion, the demon heir from the Eternal Demon sect who had fought for the Grand Tao Golden Lotus was not Emohong. Wu Ji, do you want to fight? I will keep you company. Although Emohong said that, he didn't stop. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards the ancestral Dragon Head Stone Mountain in the middle of the lake. Martial Extreme Divine Fist. Divine Son Wu Ji wouldn't let Emohong obtain the Fortune Cave abode. He immediately sent a punch towards Emohong. His punch was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if his punch had mobilized the power of the entire world. When he performed the divine fist of martial apex, it displayed an invincible fist intent. A fist instantly appeared behind Imo-hung. Just as the fist was about to land on Imo-hung's back, Imo-hung suddenly turned around. Bam! Martial Sun Wu-ji's punch landed on Imo-hung's arms, sending him flying towards the stone mountain in the middle of the lake. Oh no! Divine Prince Wu-ji was shocked to see this. Haha, in the end, I am still the first to set foot on this small stone mountain at the center of the lake. Imo-hung landed on the stone mountain in the middle of the lake and staggered. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His arms felt like they were about to break, and there were slight cracks in his bones. He only had time to cover his chest with his hands. If he was hit by Divine Sun Wu-ji's punch, his injuries would be even worse. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the closed door of the cave abode. When the surrounding people saw this, they were shocked, anxious, and angry. Kill this demon. One powerful figure after another leaped out and rushed towards the stone mountain in the middle of the lake. Yu Huang and Ziyang Emperor also attacked. So near, yet worlds apart sword. Yu Huang immediately used the supreme sword Dao of the eternal immortal sect. This sword was a perfect combination of the nomological laws of time and the nomological laws of space. The moment the sword appeared, it slashed towards Imo-hung. So fast, Imo-hung was shocked. The next moment, his figure blurred, as if he was about to melt into the surrounding void. Yu Huang's sword light pierced right through him. However, the scene of blood splattering did not appear. Yu Huang's sword seemed to have slashed at empty air. There was no force behind it at all. Then, Imo-hung's seemingly illusory body became corporeal again. Heh, this Imo-hung is courting death. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire Imo-hung a little when he saw this scene from the top of the mountain. Not necessarily. Without some ability, who would dare to make a move at this time? Hung Xian'er said, blinking her big eyes. Do you want to make a bet? Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Sure. How do we bet? Hung Xian'er naturally refused to admit defeat. How about this? If Imo-hung dies here, I win. If he escapes, I lose. Gu Fei said after thinking for a moment. Haha, good. Let's do it that way. Hung Xian'er laughed. What will happen if you lose? Hung Xian'er asked again. Hee, I will lose? If I lose, I will devote myself to you and do whatever you want. How about it? Gu Fei said proudly. Pooh, you bastard. Hung Xian'er scolded. If I win, you will devote yourself to me and do whatever I want. How about it? Gu Fei said with a smile. No, if you lose, you will be my slave for life. Hung Xian'er smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. This Imo-hung was an extreme great demon and had a half-step eternal Dao artifact to protect him. If he wanted to escape, who could stop him? Gu Fei would definitely lose. So ruthless? Gu Fei looked at Hung Xian'er in shock. What? Scared? Scared? Are you afraid to play? Hung Xian'er said proudly. What a joke. I, Gu Fei, will be scared? 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 Okay, let's do it that way. Gu Fei pretended to have fallen for Hung Xian'er's provocation and angrily agreed. Haha, look, Imo-hung is going to escape. Hung Xian'er suddenly laughed. He can't escape. After saying that, Gu Fei shot up from the mountain and flew towards the stone mountain in the center of the dragon's subduing lake. Hey, are you courting death? Come back here. Hung Xian'er was shocked when she saw this. However, Gu Fei was very fast. In just a few leaps, he had already reached the side of the dragon's subduing lake. At this time, Imo-hung rushed out from the stone mountain and tried to escape. Although he spat the blood from the tip of his tongue on the door of the cave, the tightly shut door did not move at all. His method did not work. Where are you going? Gu Fei punched at Imo-hung's face. Courting death, Imo-hung roared and waved his right hand. A saber light shot out from the devil saber and slashed at Gu Fei. A puny great sage dared to stop him? Wasn't he courting death? Hey! Gu Fei threw out a punch. His punch directly shattered the saber light that was slashing towards him, and then smashed onto the guy's face. In the next moment, Imo Heng's head exploded and turned into a mist of blood. What? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 47:27. Gu Fei smashed Imo Heng's head with one punch. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked. How is this possible? This guy's cultivation is only at the Great Sage realm. A Great Sage defeated an extreme Great Supreme? Are you kidding me? Even the holy sons and divine sons of the heavenly sects were shocked by this scene. When they sensed Gu Fei's cultivation, they found it even more unbelievable. This guy, when Yu Huang and Ziyang Emperor saw Gu Fei, they seemed to sense something, but they couldn't explain it clearly. It seemed like they had met before. They had never seen Gu Fei before, but Gu Fei knew them. However, Imo Hong was the devil son of the eternal demon sect and an extreme grade supreme level demon. His demonic arts were extremely powerful. Although his head was smashed by Gu Fei, he didn't die. He was sent flying, and in the next moment, his head that had been blown off was reassembled. Imo Hong was shocked to the extreme. He was actually injured by a puny great sage in front of so many people. This was too shameful. This guy is too fierce. At this time, Hung Xian, who was watching from afar, was extremely excited. A great sage fighting an extreme grade supreme. In the eternal world, this was probably a miracle. Hit him. Hit him. Hung Xian waved her fist excitedly. Go to hell. Imo Hung roared and rushed toward Gu Fei. A demonic shadow emerged from his body, looking extremely ferocious. Terrifying demonic flames erupted from his body and directly swallowed Gu Fei. This is the eternal demonic fire? Seeing this, Yu Huang hurriedly dodged. Even Ziyang Emperor didn't dare to touch this demonic fire. Imo Hong was the devil son of the eternal demon sect. It was not rare for him to have one or two half-step eternal grade demonic artifacts. If this guy was pushed too far, he would go all out. Is that all you've got? Gu Fei let the demonic fire burn his body. He didn't resist at all because he wanted to devour Imo Heng's power. Being in the demonic fire, he felt extremely comfortable. What? You? Imo Heng immediately realized that something was wrong. His power was quickly draining. This guy was not afraid of the eternal demon fire at all, and he was even devouring his power. He quickly retracted his yuan qi. The demonic flames that filled the sky instantly disappeared, revealing Gu Fei and Imo Heng. Bam! With a muffled sound, Imo Heng was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. A bloody mist suddenly appeared. The left half of Imo Heng's body was blasted apart. However, he did not suffer any heavy injuries. His demonic body quickly reformed. It was impossible to kill an extreme-grade utmost being with just ordinary attacks. One had to resort to some special means. You want to kill me? Dream on. I have an eternal and indestructible demon body. Unless an eternal paragon acts, I won't be able to stop you. Imo Hong was extremely arrogant. Eternal Demon Fist. Imo Hong immediately used the Eternal Devil Sect's Sect Guarding Fist technique. Violent energy erupted from his fist, and a terrifying demonic shadow appeared once again. The demonic might of the extreme path spread out, and even Yu Huang and Emperor Ziyang could not help but be moved. However, a scene that made everyone's eyeballs fall to the ground appeared. They saw that the puny great sage suddenly disappeared. Imo Heng's punch missed. The violent fist force exploded, but it could not even shatter the rocks around the dragon's subduing lake. At the same time, Gu Fei suddenly appeared above Imo Heng's head. He stepped hard on Imo Heng's head, causing him to fall from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, Imo Heng smashed hard on the ground, creating a human-shaped pit on the ground. Imo Heng was actually stomped into the ground by Gu Fei. What? Even an extreme-grade utmost being would find it difficult to destroy the ground. He actually made a big pit? Everyone was shocked. Could the power of Gu Fei's kick have surpassed the extreme-grade utmost being? He was just a great sage. How could he have such powerful strength? At this time, Yu Huang and the others had already retreated. Some people even took the opportunity to rush to the Dragon Head Stone Mountain in the center of the dragon's subduing lake. wanting to open the door of the creation cave abode. However, those people tried all kinds of methods, but they all failed. I can't open it. How can we open this cave abode? The disciples of the heaven sects and divine religions in the eternal world were dumbfounded. This cave abode had existed for countless years, but apart from the old dragon of the dragon-subduing mountain, no one else in this world knew how to open this cave abode. However, the old dragon of the dragon-subduing mountain had already died. In other words, no one in this world knew how to open this cave abode. Roar! Emohung was furious. He crawled out of the ground, looking extremely miserable. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken, and blood was seeping out of his 7 orifices. He quickly swallowed an elixir. Boom! A ball of demonic fire erupted from his body, and the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Emohung's combat power was restored to its peak. In fact, it was even stronger than before. It's the extreme demonic pill. Yu Huang exclaimed. Extreme demonic pill? What the hell is that? Gu Fei said with a frown. At this time, Emohung had already stood up. Roar! Emohung roared at the sky. On his face, on his exposed arms, and on his neck, demonic marks appeared one after another. His eyes had also turned blood red. A powerful and ruthless aura erupted from Emohung's body. He's going all out, Emperor Ziyang said. The surrounding people retreated far away. Who is that guy? He can actually bully Emohung. He looks unfamiliar. When did such an existence appear among the younger generation? The people watching the show near the dragon-subduing lake were very curious about Gu Fei. Was this guy really only at the Great Sage realm? Many people were very skeptical. How could a great sage fight at the extreme Dao realm? Many people thought that Gu Fei was deliberately controlling his cultivation, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Emohung flipped his right hand, and a demonic saber immediately appeared in his hand. Go to hell. Emohung madly urged the demonic saber and slashed at Gu Fei. A saber light instantly rushed out of the demonic saber, as if it was going to split the entire world in half. However, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and unexpectedly, he was not afraid of the demonic saber at all. He grabbed the demonic saber with his bare hands. This scene directly shocked everyone to the ground. How is this possible? Emohung was really shocked. He wanted to abandon the saber and retreat, but he was also reluctant to let go of the demonic saber. It should be known that this was a half-step eternal Dao artifact. This was simply a miracle. Gu Fei raised his leg and kicked the devil son of the eternal devil sect away. He even snatched the devil saber from the guy's hand. The whole place was silent. Everyone stared at Gu Fei, dumbfounded. What eternal devil sect's devil heir? That's all there is to it. Chapter 47:28. Gu Fei had beaten up the eternal demon sect's devil son with his great saint cultivation base, shocking everyone. Everyone found it hard to believe. Some even suspected that this guy was not a great saint at all, but an extreme grade supremacy. He was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. However, only Hung Xian knew that Gu Fei's cultivation base was really at the great saint realm. He was not an extreme grade supremacy in disguise. Gu Fei kicked eternal demon sect's devil son, Emohung, and snatched away his demonic saber. This made Emohung so angry that his eyes turned red. This was too shameful. Emohung was the eternal demon sect's devil son. Since his debut, he had never been so humiliated. Even his weapon was snatched away. Roar! Emohung roared furiously and pounced towards Gu Fei. Eternal true demon sword. In the next moment, Emohung let out a furious roar, and a terrifying and monstrous demonic energy immediately erupted from his body. With a sword hum, countless demonic swords appeared within the monstrous demonic aura and crazily pierced towards Gu Fei. Eternal law? When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but be shocked. This is an eternal law. No matter what kind of eternal law it is, its power is extremely terrifying. Once it is activated, it will be earth-shattering and change the situation in an instant. Bring it on. Gu Fei used the eternal devouring technique. The next moment, his whole body became like a shadow, like a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring everything around him. The void around him twisted and deformed, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. That extremely terrifying eternal true demon sword actually pierced through the void in front of him, and then instantly disappeared. Every demonic sword contained a powerful demonic power. Emo Hong was dumbfounded when countless demonic swords disappeared just like that. The others were also dumbfounded. What's going on? He is devouring Emo Hong's power? Everyone present was a top figure in Eternal World. Be it Divine Sun Wu Ji, Yu Huang, or Emperor Ziyang, they were all from the strongest forces in Eternal World. Naturally, their knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people. This is definitely not the demonic heaven-gorging art. Divine Sun Wu Ji said with certainty, "Eat my fist too." After Gu Fei devoured the power of Emo Heng's eternal true devil sword, his entire person was filled with power. His cultivation had actually broken through to the peak of Great Sage, and could break through to Holy Senior Realm at any time. As soon as he punched out, the entire world seemed to change. A domineering holy might erupted from his body. What fist technique is this? Everyone stared at Gu Fei. Yu Huang couldn't help but be startled when she saw Gu Fei displaying this kind of fist technique. Wasn't this the fist technique that the woman who fought with her in the lower realm had displayed? She had once fought with Gu Ling in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, and Gu Ling had defeated her with the extreme shattering fist. This was the only defeat he had suffered since his debut. Yu Huang had never been at a disadvantage, even when she had fought against Divine Sun Wu Ji of the Wuji Celestial Sect. However, she had been defeated by a single punch from that woman in the lower realm. Yu Huang knew that Emo Hong was going to be out of luck. As expected, Gu Fei punched out. It looked like an ordinary punch, but it revealed a terrifying might that could shake heaven and earth. Without any suspense, Emo Hong was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. While he was still in midair, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a pong sound. I will remember this enmity. A wave of divine will spread out, and a ball of demonic light rushed out of the snow mist. In an instant, it shattered the void and escaped with extreme speed. You can escape fast, but with just you? You won't be a match for me even if you cultivate for billions of years. Gu Fei was incomparably proud. He wasn't arrogant, but he was confident. The core disciples of such top forces wouldn't be killed so easily. They all had life-saving treasures on them. That Emo Hong had the Eternal Devil Sect's supreme treasure. That supreme treasure directly shattered the void and brought Emo Heng's primordial spirit back to the Eternal Devil Sect. As long as his primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, Emo Hong would be able to reform his demonic body and regain his peak cultivation and combat power. Of course, if Emo Heng's primordial spirit was destroyed by Gu Fei, he would really die. Gu Fei destroyed Emo Hong with one punch, and it directly shocked everyone. Who are you? At this moment, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. A divine phoenix descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei, staring at Gu Fei. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked at Yu Huang with a faint smile. What's your relationship with that guy called Gu Ling in the lower realm? Yu Huang said coldly. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this, and then he said, "That's my daughter." Your daughter? Yu Huang was confused. She couldn't even win against this person's daughter. This person's cultivation seemed to be even more heaven-defying than her daughter's. With the cultivation of a great sage, he could already defeat an extreme supreme. His entire family was monstrous? That was unbelievable. Very well, since I can't find your daughter, I'll find you to spar with. Yu Huang said and was about to attack. Wait, Gu Fei quickly said. What? Yu Huang stopped and looked at Gu Fei in confusion. Why should I fight with you? Gu Fei looked at Yu Huang seriously and said, if you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yu Huang said unhappily. There's no feud between us. What's the point of fighting? I'm not fighting. Gu Fei rejected directly. Yu Huang was speechless. Boom. At this moment, the entire dragon-subduing lake suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Everyone was startled by his words. Roar. A deep roar came from the ground, and everyone was shocked. Is the old dragon not dead? Yu Huang and the rest were shocked. Hee hee. Gu Fei ran away immediately. This guy. Yu Huang didn't stop him. Haha, you lost. When are you going to repay me with your body? After meeting up with Hung Xian, Gu Fei laughed. Hung Xian was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide. Since you're willing to bet, you have to accept your loss. Don't go back on your words. Gu Fei smiled proudly. You lost. Didn't Emo Heng's primordial spirit escape? Hung Xian suddenly said. That works too? Gu Fei was speechless. Isn't that so? Now, it was Hung Xian's turn to be proud. It's just his primordial spirit that escaped. Gu Fei said. That's still considered escaping. Haha, you're going to be my slave for the rest of your life. Hung Xian got more and more excited as she spoke. Let's both take a step back and forget about this bet. How about it? Gu Fei thought about it and said. When they made the bet, they didn't mention leaving behind Emo Heng's devil body or primordial spirit. Emo Heng's primordial spirit escaped, which made Gu Fei very depressed. Primordial spirit and devil body could only be considered as one person. Gu Fei only left behind Emo Heng's devil body, which could only be considered as leaving behind half of it. All right, let's forget about it. Hung Xian didn't want to argue with Gu Fei over this matter. Chapter 47-29. Gu Fei destroyed Emo Heng's demonic body with one punch, shocking everyone present. Emo Heng was also unlucky. He didn't get anything from this trip to Demon Subduing Mountain. Instead, his demonic body was destroyed, and he escaped back to the eternal demon sect with only his nascent soul. Roar! On this day, an angry roar came from the eternal demon sect's ancestral land. A huge demonic figure appeared in the sky, and a terrifying demonic might shook the world. It was an eternal demon master. The demons in the eternal demon sect trembled. Old ancestor, countless devil sect disciples were terrified to the extreme. However, the eternal demon master didn't leave the eternal demon sect. At this time, in the dragon subduing mountain, there was a drastic change in the dragon subduing lake. The lake water actually disappeared, and a pitch-black hole appeared at the bottom of the lake. There's another world underground? When everyone saw this, they were shocked and delighted. The door of the cave abode on the Dragon Head Stone Mountain couldn't be opened, but everyone was curious about what was underground. Some people couldn't help but rush over and jump into a black hole at the bottom of the lake. Everyone recovered from their shock and rushed to the bottom of the lake. What is that? Scam. Ah! Screams and screams suddenly sounded. Those who jumped into the black hole didn't know what they encountered in the black hole, but they were all terrified. A figure rushed out of one of the black holes. This person was a core disciple of the Heavenly Law Walkabout sect. He was covered in blood, and one of his arms was a bloody mess. He didn't know what had scratched him, but his bones were exposed. Just when this Heavenly Law-free and unfettered sect disciple thought that he had escaped, a tentacle suddenly stretched out from the black hole and instantly wrapped around this unlucky fellow. Save me! The disciple of the Heavenly Law unfettered sect looked at Gu Fei with fear in his eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, he was directly pulled into the black hole by the black tentacle and disappeared. Gu Fei was also shocked. He couldn't save this guy in time. At this time, tentacles reached out from the black holes at the bottom of the lake and wrapped around the people around them, trying to pull them into the black holes. What is this? Someone exclaimed. Damn it! A black tentacle, like a long whip, coiled towards Yu Huang. Yu Huang waved her sword and slashed at the tentacle. When the sword light slashed at the tentacle, it only swept away the tentacle. It couldn't hurt the tentacle at all. What? Yu Huang was taken aback. She was an extreme-grade supreme martial artist, yet her extreme-grade sword ray couldn't cut through the tentacle? The tentacle wrapped around her again, and she had no choice but to retreat. It was the same for the others. Emperor Ziyang and Divine Sun Wu Ji were in a sorry state as they dodged the black tentacles. Swoosh! A black tentacle suddenly stretched out from a black hole near Gu Fei and wrapped around him. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed the tentacle. Gu Fei only felt that the tentacle he was holding had produced a suction force that firmly sucked his palm. The tentacle wanted to pull Gu Fei into the black hole, but Gu Fei's feet seemed to have grown roots in the ground and didn't move at all. "TSK, you want to pull me in? Dream on," Gu Fei said as he flipped his right hand, and the devil saber that he snatched from Emo Hung appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Gu Fei waved the devil saber in his hand, and the tentacle was immediately cut off. A blue substance sprayed out from the wound of the tentacle. The blue liquid fell to the ground, and suddenly, black smoke rose. Gu Fei was taken aback when he saw this. Rumble! The entire dragon-subduing lake was shaking. Many unlucky people were pulled into the black hole by the tentacles that extended from the black hole and died. Some people took out half-step eternal-grade Dao artifacts. Only half-step eternal-grade Dao artifacts and above could hurt these tentacles. Roar! At this moment, Ziyang Emperor let out a furious roar and directly rushed into a black hole. Powerful energy waves erupted from the black hole. Yu Huang also rushed into the black hole. "I will go down and have a look too." Gu Fei directly jumped into the black hole. The black hole went straight down and he couldn't see the bottom. At this moment, a black shadow, like black lightning, entangled him from below. Damn it! There was no place to hide in the black hole. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten and was instantly entangled by the black tentacle. Then, he was pulled down by the tentacle. After a while, Gu Fei only saw light in front of him and saw himself being pulled into a huge underground world by the black tentacle. In this huge space, there was a huge ball of water floating in the void, and one black tentacle after another stretched out from this huge ball of water. An octopus monster? When Gu Fei saw it, he couldn't help but be surprised. There was a huge black shadow in this water ball. A powerful energy fluctuation of half-step eternal grade burst out from inside the water ball. Swish! At this moment, an arrow light flew from a distance and directly shot into the water ball. Rumble! The water ball shook violently. Black tentacles stretched out from the water ball and danced wildly in the void. Swish! An arrow of light flew over from afar and fiercely shot into the ball of water in the void. The black silhouette in the water ball roared, and an endless amount of water burst out, filling every inch of the void in an instant. Then, it rushed out from the black hole at the top of the huge space. Seeing this, Gu Fei finally understood why the water of the dragon-subduing lake disappeared. It turned out that the water of the dragon-subduing lake had gathered here. Gu Fei directly opened his sage realm and blocked the sudden eruption of water outside his body. He waved the demonic saber in his hand and cut off all the entangling tentacles. At this time, the huge underground space was submerged by the water. A huge dragon shadow appeared in this underground space. A trace of dragon might seeped out. Even an extreme grade supreme would be terrified. The corpse of the old dragon of the dragon-subduing mountain? Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He quickly rushed towards the dragon shadow. When he got close, he realized that it was a piece of dragon skin. This dragon skin was washed out by the water. Gu Fei was shocked. This was the first time he saw dragon skin. This was the skin left behind when the dragon clan transformed. Could it be that the old dragon of the dragon-subduing mountain was not dead? Chapter 47:30. There was a huge space at the bottom of the dragon submission lake. No one had expected that. Moreover, there was a hideous and terrifying creature hidden in the huge space at the bottom of the lake. It was an octopus monster, a half-step eternal-level octopus monster at that. The water of the dragon submission lake had disappeared because the octopus monster had sucked it into the huge underground space. Now, the water had erupted and flooded the huge space again. In the outside world, a miraculous scene appeared. Countless pillars of water shot up into the sky from the bottom of the lake. This scene was incomparably spectacular. Soon, the disappeared lake water reappeared. The rippling blue waves reappeared before everyone's eyes. Countless experts near the dragon submission lake were shocked. They were all curious about what happened to those who had entered the black hole at the bottom of the lake. Among those who had entered the black hole at the bottom of the lake were many divine sons and saintesses of the top forces in eternal world. Those were the best of the younger generation in their respective sections. If those people were to die here, it would be fun. At that moment, those who had not entered the black hole at the bottom of the Dragon Submission Lake were gathered in front of the closed bronze door of the Fortune Grotto abode. Some attacked the bronze door, but it was extremely tough. Even a half-step eternal-level Tao artifact could not break a single piece of the green copper on the door. The disciples of the sects and heaven sects were dumbfounded. You can't open the bronze door with force. At that moment, a drunken old man appeared on the Dragon Head Stone Mountain. Who is this guy? He looks familiar. Could he be the Array Master Emochin? Some were confused, some exclaimed, and some recognized the old man. Master Emo? Please come and see what's going on. A middle-aged Taoist quickly came forward to invite him. Is that Tao Master Cloudvoid from Extreme Celestial Palace? Someone had provoked this middle-aged Taoist. In Eternal World, those who dared to call themselves Tao Masters were all Extreme Taoist Supremes. Those below the Extreme Taoist Supremes would not dare to be so arrogant. It should be said that those who were not even Extreme Taoist Supremes dared to call themselves Supremes. If someone disliked them, they could kill them with a slap. You're too polite, Taoist Cloudvoid. The disheveled old man staggered towards the bronze door. Everyone hurriedly made way for him. Sigh, this is an ancient divine text. I can't understand it at all. Great Master Emo Qian moved his face closer to the bronze door and looked at it carefully. As he looked, he shook his head. Even the most ancient supreme being wouldn't be able to understand these ancient divine characters. Master Emo, can't you see anything? Tao Master Cloudvoid said in surprise. Sigh. I can only say that those who are fated will be fated. After saying that, Master Emo turned around and left. Everyone looked at Master Mo's swaying figure, but no one spoke for a while. Those who are fated will obtain good fortune? Bullshit. I think this Master Emo is an old trickster. After Master Mo's figure disappeared, a burst of ridicule broke out in front of the bronze gate. Even Tao Master Cloudvoid was speechless. Do we have to invite an eternal autarch to break the door? Some people were very unwilling. After all, once an eternal autarch arrived at the Dragon Submission Lake, the Fortune Cave Mansion would have nothing to do with them. Who would dare to compete with an eternal autarch for it? Did they want to die? Just when everyone on the Dragon Head Stone Mountain was at their wits' end, in the underground space at the bottom of the lake, Gu Fei encountered trouble. He was targeted by the octopus monster. Each of the octopus monster's tentacles was like a black dragon, entangling him. He was immediately entangled by the octopus monster's tentacles. The octopus monster's tentacles were covered with suckers, and each sucker had a sharp bone spur. If one was entangled, it would be difficult to break free. This was a half-step eternal-level creature. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been strangled to death by these tentacles. However, Gu Fei had an eternal-level martial body. Although he was entangled by the octopus monster's tentacles, he was unharmed. However, being entangled by this thing made him very unhappy. The octopus monster seemed to be afraid of the dragon's skin floating in the water and hid far away. At this time, Gu Fei was very suspicious. Was the old dragon of the Dragon Submission Mountain really dead? If he hadn't seen the dragon's skin, Gu Fei wouldn't have doubted it. However, this was a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. The old dragon of the Dragon Submission Mountain had obviously undergone a successful metamorphosis. This metamorphosis was very heaven-defying. It was equivalent to getting a chance to live again. No matter what kind of injuries he had suffered before, he would recover during the metamorphosis process. He would become even stronger after metamorphosis. If the old dragon of the Dragon Submission Mountain really didn't die, then this was a conspiracy. A conspiracy that attracted countless experts to the Dragon Submission Mountain. No matter who this conspiracy was against, it was definitely not a good thing. At this time, the octopus monster entangled Gu Fei and quickly dived underground. It entered a passage and quickly sneaked deeper. After a while, Gu Fei felt that the water around him suddenly disappeared. The surroundings were as bright as day. He saw that the surroundings were lush, with green plants everywhere. The octopus monster actually took him into a small world. Then, the octopus monster directly threw Gu Fei out. The huge octopus monster transformed, and soon, a black-robed man appeared in the void. Now that his cultivation had reached the half-step eternal realm, this strange octopus had the ability to transform into anything. Of course, his origin would never change. "Little guy, how dare you hurt me?" The black-robed man took a step and directly appeared in front of Gu Fei, who had just stood up from the ground. "TSK, who the hell do you think you are? So what if I hurt you?" Gu Fei didn't think much of it. He has the eternal martial body. He doesn't fear this octopus monster at all, because the other party can't hurt him at all. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. "Junior, you're too arrogant." The black-robed man directly stepped on Gu Fei. "You bastard." Seeing the black-robed man's big foot stepping on him, Gu Fei suddenly became furious. This guy actually dared to humiliate him? He wanted to dodge, but he only felt that the surrounding void seemed to have solidified. He couldn't even move a finger. Bam! Gu Fei was like an iron nail, directly pressed into the ground by the black-robed man, leaving only his head exposed. "You actually have the eternal Tao body. How is this possible?" The black-robed man said in shock. Gu Fei's cultivation was clear to him at a glance. This guy is only at the peak of the great sage realm, but his Tao body is tyrannical to the extreme. Even the black-robed man couldn't hurt this guy. "Hee, this daddy is a miracle. Can I?" Gu Fei said proudly. "Really? Do you believe that I won't throw you directly into a cesspool and seal you?" The black-robed man suddenly stared at Gu Fei and said, "You?" Chapter 47:31. Gu Fei felt extremely depressed. He was a dignified eternal supreme. Yet he ended up being captured by a half-step eternal octopus monster and ended up being abused. The eternal world is a freak. The heavenly Tao here seems to suppress all-powerful creatures from other worlds. Li Kuang has suffered enough in the past few years. When he first came to the eternal world, he was captured and sent to mine. Now, he fell into the hands of an octopus monster. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he was depressed, he still had to live his life. He secretly made up his mind. Once his cultivation base is restored to the extreme realm, he will seal this octopus monster and throw it into a cesspool. At this time, he was carried by the octopus monster in the hand of the middle-aged man, flying into the depths of this underground world at an extremely fast speed. Soon, a towering mountain appeared in front of Gu Fei. He sensed a vast dragon aura coming from the giant mountain in front of him. Above the giant mountain, the sky changed color, and a huge dragon shadow appeared. Since coming to the eternal world, this is the first time he encountered such a powerful dragon aura. The dragon aura here is powerful enough to affect a part of the world. What is this guy doing here? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Soon, they were close to the mountain. The octopus monster in the form of a black-robed, middle-aged man carried Gu Fei in one hand and flew directly towards the top of the mountain. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Gu Fei was taken aback. There is a lake on the top of the mountain, and in the lake, there is a dragon. The endless dragon aura emanating from the dragon in the lake on the top of the mountain. "What are you doing?" Gu Fei could not remain calm. "Hee." The black-robed, middle-aged man grinned and threw Gu Fei into the lake on the top of the mountain. "You!" Gu Fei was shocked and angry. Splash! Gu Fei fell directly into the water. The dragon is unconscious, and it doesn't seem to be in a good state. The dragon is devouring the surrounding spiritual energy to heal itself. Hee. Gu Fei hid in the lake, absorbing the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him. Very quickly, his cultivation recovered to the initial stage of the Saint Venerable realm, followed by the intermediate stage. The speed of his cultivation was so fast that if others were to find out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire world. The black-robed middle-aged man would go out from time to time, and each time, he would capture some extremely powerful creatures. On this day, the black-robed middle-aged man captured Yu Huang. If an ordinary powerful creature was caught by this black-robed octopus monster and thrown into the lake, their vitality would be directly devoured and they would die instantly. As for Gu Fei, he possessed the eternal martial body. It was difficult for him to lose any of his essence energy. However, Yu Huang had no choice but to suppress her own Yuan Qi with all her might. The dragon in the lake at the top of the mountain still showed no signs of waking up. This was an eternal level dragon. Even if it was unconscious, the pressure emanating from its body was not something that ordinary people could withstand. In for a penny, in for a pound. Gu Fei directly drilled into the dragon's body and found the location of the Dragon Ball. Boom! Gu Fei crazily devoured everything around him. At this time, a great battle broke out near the hidden dragon lake. Southern Overlord came. He was fighting with a guy who wanted to capture Hung Xian. Half-step eternal realm power fluctuations spread in the sky and on the ground. Southern Overlord, are you crazy? The man roared as he attacked. He was obviously not a match for Southern Overlord. While fighting with Southern Overlord, he was ready to escape at any time. Go to hell. Southern Overlord didn't care so much. His body shook, and endless sword light immediately rushed out of his body, piercing towards his opponent. Heaven and Earth rotation. The man directly displayed the secret technique of the heavenly law-free sect, and the endless sword light was all absorbed by the yin-yang diagram in his hand. What? Southern Overlord couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. It was hard to find an opponent. The next moment, the man shook the yin-yang diagram in his right hand, and the countless sword light absorbed by the yin-yang diagram appeared again, all piercing towards Southern Overlord. Interesting. A layer of golden light emerged on Southern Overlord's body. The countless sword light pierced the layer of golden light and exploded. Even his protective divine light couldn't be penetrated. Southern Overlord fist. Southern Overlord roared and punched towards his opponent. Rumble. With a punch, heaven and earth shook. In front of Southern Overlord's fist, the void distorted and deformed. It was extremely overbearing. Haha, only a fool would fight to the death with you. The man directly went far away, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Humph! Southern Overlord sneered, but he didn't chase after him. Then, Southern Overlord stared at the door of the Fortune Cave Mansion on the Dragon Head Stone Mountain in the center of the hidden Dragon Lake. Upon seeing the arrival of the Southern Overlord, the group of experts gathered outside the gate immediately fled. Boom! Southern Overlord directly punched the bronze door. But the bronze door still didn't move. What a guy! Southern Overlord's body was blooming with golden light, and an unimaginable power fluctuation erupted from his body. Open for me! Southern Overlord attacked with all his strength, and his body's primordial chi was mighty. As he punched, the void in front of his fist shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Boom! With another loud noise, Southern Overlord's right fist smashed hard on the bronze door. However, to Southern Overlord's astonishment, his full-strength punch couldn't even shake the bronze door. Southern Overlord shook his head, then rushed into the sky and left. Even a half-step eternal-level Southern Overlord can't open this bronze door. Everyone who witnessed this scene was inexplicably shocked. Go and get the eternal ancestor, someone shouted. At this time, in the underground world of the hidden Dragon Lake, in a large lake at the top of a mountain, a huge ancestral dragon in a comatose state was devouring everything around it. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was inside the dragon's body, devouring the eternal Dragon Ball. Rumble. A wave of extreme Dao level power suddenly erupted. Haha, I've returned to the extreme Dao. I've finally returned to the extreme Dao. A loud laugh sounded. What? Yu Huang, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, was inexplicably shocked. How long has it been? And this guy has already broken through to the extreme Dao realm. Such a cultivation speed is absolutely abnormal. Roar. The middle-aged man in a black robe, who was transformed by the octopus monster, roared and pounced on Gu Fei from the sky with a shocking momentum. Motherf asterisk Kerr, I've tolerated you for a long time. Gu Fei directly rushed out and blasted a punch at the black-robed man in the sky. The violent fist energy soared into the sky as if it wanted to blast a big hole in the sky. Boom! Two powerful forces collided in an instant, and a loud noise erupted. Chapter 4732. In the Crouching Dragon Mountain, in the small world at the bottom of the Crouching Dragon Lake, Gu Fei obtained a great opportunity and directly restored his cultivation base to the extreme grade realm. No one had expected that an eternal level dragon would appear in a large lake on a mountain in this small world. Gu Fei devoured a small part of the power of the eternal Dragon Ball and restored his cultivation base to the extreme grade realm. The dragon was still sleeping. No one knew how long the dragon would sleep, but Gu Fei had already guessed the origin of the dragon. The giant dragon in the lake at the top of the mountain should be the old dragon of Hidden Dragon Mountain. The old dragon seemed to have encountered some problems during his transformation, causing him to be unable to complete his transformation. That was why he fell into a deep sleep. However, even in its deep sleep, the dragon continued to devour the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The octopus monster is constantly grabbing powerful creatures and throwing them into the lake to provide the giant dragon with powerful vitality. Unfortunately, the vitality of an extreme Tao-level being was negligible to a giant dragon. Unless the octopus monster could find a source of eternal grade power, it might be able to wake the dragon from its slumber. However, whether the dragon could wake up or not had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He didn't care about these things. What he wanted to do was to restore his eternal grade cultivation base. Your cultivation base. How is this possible? The octopus monster, in the form of a black-robed man, was sent flying by a punch from Gu Fei, which shocked him to the extreme. He was a half-step eternal grade existence. How could an extreme grade supremacy possibly knock him back? Even Yu Huang, the holy daughter of the eternal immortal sect, who was captured by the black-robed man, was dumbfounded. The eternal aura exuding from the dragon almost made her breathless. Moreover, she had a half-step eternal grade Tao artifact to protect her body, which was why she did not die under the pressure of the eternal grade aura. However, this guy named Gu Fei was completely unaffected by the dragon's pressure. In Yu Huang's eyes, Gu Fei was simply a freak. The battle prowess Gu Fei had just displayed left Yu Huang, the holy daughter of the eternal immortal sect, completely shocked. An extreme Tao paragon fighting a half-step eternal immortal realm cultivator? If this had happened before, she would have thought that Gu Fei was courting death. But now, she had no choice but to believe it. Nothing is impossible. Kill. Gu Fei didn't waste time talking nonsense with this octopus monster. He directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the octopus monster, transformed into a black-robed man. Courting death. The black-robed man was enraged. A tiny ant on the ground actually dared to challenge the giant dragon in the sky. Then let him suffer the fury of the giant dragon. Swoosh. In the next moment, countless black tentacles rushed out of the black-robed man's body, piercing towards Gu Fei like countless divine spears. With a flip of his right hand, Gu Fei retrieved the demonic saber he had snatched from Emo Zhantian from his inner world. With a wave of the demonic saber, he chopped off the incoming tentacles. Roar! The black-robed man roared and spat out a mouthful of black water at Gu Fei. This black water stank to the extreme, and it was obvious that it wasn't anything good. Gu Fei hurriedly dodged, but the black water suddenly exploded and turned into a black rain that covered the sky, enveloping him in an instant. This was a poisonous water that the octopus monster had cultivated for countless years. Even an extreme Tao paragon would die if touched by this poisonous water. There was no way Gu Fei would let such a disgusting thing get close to him. With a thought, a ball of divine light emerged from his body and enveloped him. When the black rain fell on Gu Fei's protective light shield, it dimmed and nearly collapsed. This black rain was very powerful and seemed capable of corroding anything and everything. Dissolve. Gu Fei immediately used the Heaven Transformation Hand. With a single hand, the black rain disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared in the first place. The black-robed man was taken aback when he saw this. No one had ever broken his killer move so cleanly. One step to the heavens. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared above the black-robed man's head. He then stomped down on the black-robed man. Rumble. Endless martial arts power surged out from under his feet. Gu Fei's stomp seemed to trample the entire world under his feet. This stomp was unavoidable, even if the black-robed man was a half-step eternal realm existence. Preposterous. The black-robed man roared and raised his hands to block. Black flashes rushed out from his palms, and each electric light tore through the void. However, as Gu Fei's foot landed, all the black lightning dissipated in the void. Bam! Gu Fei ferociously stomped on the black-robed man's head, almost bursting his head. The black-robed man fell from the sky like a black meteorite. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and the black-robed man who fell from the sky directly smashed a big pit on the ground. This small world was not a complete world, but it was surprisingly stable. Even if an extreme-grade Supreme attacked, the damage to this small world would be very limited. This was the first time Gu Fei encountered such an incomplete world with such a stable world. Did all of this have something to do with the eternal level dragon in the big lake at the top of the mountain? Gu Fei did not bother to pay attention to this. He directly rushed towards the black-robed man who was rushing out of the big pit below. He used the heaven-treading step again. This time, he stomped on the face. Yes, he stomped on the face. He stepped on the black-robed man's face, and the guy's face suddenly bloomed. The black-robed man was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He was smashed into the ground again. How can this guy's combat power be so strong? Yu Huang, who witnessed all of this from the top of the mountain, was shocked to the extreme. Even her own combat power was far from this guy's. At this time, Gu Fei and the black-robed man fought in the ground, and the ground suddenly undulated like waves. Boom! A figure broke out of the ground and flew out. This guy was the black-robed man transformed by the Kraken. He did not come out of the ground by himself, but was punched out by someone else. He was punched in the chest, and his body was almost penetrated by this punch. Although the Kraken has transformed into a human form, he does not have a human skeleton. Gu Fei's punch actually did not cause much damage to this guy. However, up until now, he had to admit that this human is really strong and abnormal. Among the extreme grade Supremes, this guy is invincible. But so what? Dark Infernal Purgatory. Chapter 47-33. In the underground world under the crouching dragon lake, Gu Fei was fighting the Kraken. Their battle was so intense that the sun and moon seemed to have lost their light. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, but it didn't have much impact on this world. This world was too stable. The two powerhouses rushed into the ground. When Gu Fei broke through the soil layer and rushed out, he was immediately taken into his inner world by the black robe octopus. Haha, you're dead this time, aren't you? In the dark void, the Kraken's arrogant laughter resounded. This was the infernal purgatory created by the Kraken. The Kraken was the supreme ruler of this place. Then come and kill me. Gu Fei wasn't nervous at all. Go to hell. A huge figure appeared in this dark space, and the next moment, the figure directly rushed towards Gu Fei. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei didn't even think about it, and directly punched with his extreme breaking fist. The moment Gu Fei punched out, his imposing manner skyrocketed and his strength was infinitely close to the eternal realm. When he punched out, the entire dark space shook violently. Bam! The black shadow that rushed towards Gu Fei was directly punched by Gu Fei, and a big hole appeared in the infernal purgatory of the Kraken. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Kraken's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Since he created the infernal purgatory, no one had ever been able to break his infernal purgatory. But today, this guy actually broke his inner world. This was something that had never happened before. For me, nothing is impossible in this world. After saying that, Gu Fei rushed out of the big hole that had been created. Damn it! The Kraken was shocked and angry. He could only retract his inner world and rush out. However, what awaited him was Gu Fei's blade. Swish! With a flash of blade light, Gu Fei directly split the Kraken that had just emerged from the void in half, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After all, this octopus monster was a half-step eternal level existence. Although Gu Fei's saber attack injured his Dao body, It was still impossible to kill this guy. Rumble. At this time, the surrounding void trembled. The two halves of the Kraken's body emitted a dazzling divine light, and the two halves connected again. A bright light flashed, and the Kraken's body that was split in half by Gu Fei's sword actually regenerated, as if it had never been injured. You do have some skills. Seeing this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. This Kraken is much stronger than he imagined. At this time, the Kraken has already revealed its true form. It's an octopus much larger than a mountain. Every tentacle of this octopus is bigger than a mountain range. A terrifying aura erupted from the octopus's body. Swish! The Kraken's 8 tentacles danced at the same time, directly wrapping around Gu Fei's body. Haha, watch me roast you. Gu Fei laughed and punched out. Monstrous divine fire suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, directly drowning the Kraken in a sea of flames. Terrifying fire elemental power spread throughout heaven and earth. Gu Fei's first move was the Fire Element Fist. With his current extreme Dao cultivation base, this Fire Element Fist directly attracted endless divine fire. The Kraken immediately struggled in pain, no longer able to attack Gu Fei. Soon, the aroma of burnt meat filled the air. This, on the mountain, the holy daughter of the eternal immortal sect was also stunned when she saw this scene. Gu Fei didn't want to waste time with this guy. He directly rushed up and stomped the octopus monster down from the sky. Then, he used the Eternal Devour Spirit ability to frantically devour the octopus monster's Yuan Qi. The Kraken was frightened to the extreme, struggling desperately. However, its essence power was constantly being devoured by Gu Fei and turned into Gu Fei's own strength. Countless rays of divine light rushed out of the Kraken's body and converged on Gu Fei. Soon, the Kraken was exhausted, suppressed by Gu Fei, and madly devoured his vitality. In less than half an hour, most of the Kraken's essence power had been devoured by Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei felt his whole body brimming with power. Rays of chaotic divine light intertwined around him, as if a god of chaos had descended upon the world. Submit to me, and you can live. Gu Fei transmitted to the Kraken. He didn't have any subordinates in Eternal World, but this Kraken was qualified to be his subordinate. Don't even think about it. The Kraken only replied with 2 words, Gu Fei. Fine, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei no longer spoke any nonsense and continued to devour the Kraken's essence power. Soon, the Kraken begged for mercy and horror. If its essence power continues to weaken, it will die. Don't. I surrender. I surrender. The Kraken immediately gave up. Too late. Gu Fei no longer wanted to talk nonsense with this guy. His own strength is more important than anything else. He can recruit subordinates in the future, but what he needs to do now is to strengthen himself first. Don't. I'm willing to submit. The Kraken was really anxious. However, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to it. Damn it, then let's die together. The Kraken wanted to ignite its essence power and self-destruct, dying together with Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei directly sent out a few hand seals to suppress the power that was about to erupt from the Kraken's body. The Kraken really can't die even if it wants to. It begged Gu Fei to spare its life. However, Gu Fei didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He just kept sucking and sucking until the Kraken became a dried octopus. Heh! Gu Fei stopped devouring and let out a long sigh. He has absorbed too much essence qi, and he has an urge to spit it out. After his cultivation recovered to the extreme grade realm, Gu Fei found that it was very difficult to improve his cultivation. Even after devouring all the essence power of a half-step eternal realm creature, his cultivation only recovered to the middle-level extreme grade. Moreover, after reaching the extreme grade realm, even if Gu Fei continues to devour the essence power of extreme grade supreme, he can no longer improve his cultivation. Only by devouring the essence power of creatures with higher cultivation than himself can he improve his cultivation. After the Kraken's essence power was devoured by Gu Fei, it died. Both its body and soul were destroyed. That eternal level dragon. Gu Fei stared at the dragon in the big lake at the top of the mountain. However, he soon dispelled this idea, because once its life is threatened, the the dragon is likely to wake up from its slumber. At that time, let alone devouring the dragon's energy, he might lose his life at any time. Let's get out of this damn place first. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the entrance to the underground world. Chapter 4734. There was actually a dragon in the eternal realm hidden in the underground world. This made Gu Fei very puzzled, but he did not want to disturb this sleeping dragon. This was very unusual. One had to know that an eternal realm creature was the most powerful creature that Gu Fei knew, but this dragon obviously wanted to go one step further. Was it possible? The dragon's skin that he saw in the huge cave should have been left behind by this dragon. The aura of that dragon's skin was exactly the same as the aura of the dragon. Could it be that there was a higher realm above the eternal realm? Did something happen to the dragon during its metamorphosis, and that's why it fell into a deep sleep? Gu Fei rushed all the way to the entrance of this world while thinking about this matter. This was something that he had never thought about. He always thought that the eternal realm was the end, but now it seemed that the eternal realm was not the end. Was there no end to the path of cultivation? He was also very curious about what kind of realm was above the eternal realm. Rumble. At this moment, the entire world suddenly shook, and a terrifying spiritual consciousness instantly shrouded the entire underground world. All the creatures were terrified to the extreme. What? Gu Fei was taken aback and almost fell from the sky. That dragon has awakened? The thing that he least wanted to happen had happened. In fact, when he devoured the dragon's dragon essence, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. At that time, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a creature spying on him. Why are you in such a hurry? A bell-like voice suddenly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. That voice seemed to have a mysterious power that could captivate one's soul, causing Gu Fei's consciousness to become muddled. Roar! Gu Fei roared, bit the tip of his tongue, and instantly woke up. Terrifying, Gu Fei knew that he was in big trouble now. He had still alarmed this dragon. Wait, why did this voice belong to a woman? Could it be that the old dragon of Mount Fulong was actually a dragon girl? Moreover, the voice was not old at all. Of course, it was not strange for an old monster that had lived for countless years to have the appearance and voice of a little girl. Gu Fei himself could barely be considered an old monster, but didn't he still look like a teenager? Run! Gu Fei soared into the sky and rushed towards the entrance of this world with all his might. However, right at this moment, a huge hand descended from the sky, directly dispersing the clouds in the sky and slapping down at Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. He felt as if a terrifying divine mountain was suddenly pressing down on him, and all the bones in his body were about to shatter. The power coming down from this giant hand was simply too strong. Even if his cultivation was fully restored to the eternal realm, he might still not be a match for it. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful existence. Boom! Gu Fei was directly slapped down from the sky by this giant hand. The giant hand followed him like a shadow and directly imprinted on the ground. In the next moment, the entire earth was violently undulating like waves due to the impact of the mighty power of the giant hand. Mountains directly collapsed and turned into dust, and countless creatures suffered. A great sage-level creature rushed out of the collapsed mountain and then directly collapsed into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, its body and soul were destroyed, and it could not be more dead. On the ground, a huge handprint appeared. The handprint was slender, and the 5 fingers were slender. At a glance, it was obvious that it was the handprint of a woman. This destructive palm had shaken the entire underground world. The destruction it had caused was simply unimaginable. This is 2F** King Ruthless. In the depths of the earth, Gu Fei lay in the cold soil, and his whole body was paralyzed. On his eternal martial body, cracks appeared one after another. His eternal martial body was almost smashed by a slap just now. Gu Fei used the eternal devour divine ability, desperately devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to repair his injured body. In the depths of the earth, there was endless essence energy of the earth veins. Gu Fei's injured body was rapidly healing, and the cracks on his body were gradually disappearing. You actually didn't die? That melodious voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind once more. Hee, this young master will not die so easily. Gu Fei said. Then let's do it again. The voice said. I'm going to faint. Don't. If you do it again, I will really die. Gu Fei immediately admitted defeat. This guy's cultivation had probably surpassed the eternal realm. Otherwise, how could he hurt his eternal martial body? At this moment, Gu Fei only felt a force wrapped around him, and then he flew out of the ground, directly flying towards the sacred mountain where the giant dragon was. Soon, he was captured by that terrifying existence and brought back to the peak of the sacred mountain, where he was thrown to the ground. Gu Fei realized that the giant dragon in the lake had disappeared. On the surface of the lake, there was a blurry figure standing in the air. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, even with his martial path heavenly eye, he could not see this figure clearly, let alone the appearance of this existence. But one thing was for sure. This guy was definitely a woman. Gu Fei was extremely depressed. Ever since he had started his cultivation, this was the first time he had been abused so badly by a woman. Yu Huang was also caught, lying on the ground, shivering. You two sure have some guts. How dare you kill my little pet? The voice from before rang in Gu Fei's mind. Oh, Supreme Dragon Lord, I am not a match for your pet at all. How could I possibly kill it? Yu Huang said with a trembling voice. The terrifying aura that was emanating from the other party made her soul tremble. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Dragon Lord? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but think of the old tortoise in the heaven realm. The dragon race of the eternal world is much stronger than the dragon race of the heaven realm. If this so-called dragon lord descended to the heaven realm, he would be invincible. I don't think you can kill my pet, the mysterious dragon lord said. Hey, I say, why did you raise an octopus monster as a pet? What a heavy taste. Gu Fei said casually. This guy, Yu Huang, who was next to him, heard Gu Fei's words and was shocked. Little guy, are you really not afraid of death? The voice of the mysterious figure on the lake suddenly turned cold. TCH, don't scare me. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Gu Fei said with a chuckle. Little guy, people who are too smart often don't live long. The mysterious figure said coldly. It seems that I am very stupid. That's why I survived until now. Gu Fei said seriously. At this time, Yu Huang's heart was about to collapse. This guy is simply crazy. Provoking this lord is simply courting death. I will die because of him. Haha. Chapter 47:35. In the mysterious world beneath the dragon-subduing lake, there was a huge divine mountain. This divine mountain was located in the center of this mysterious world, towering into the clouds. However, there was a huge lake at the peak of the mountain. At this moment, a mysterious person with a blurry figure stood in the air above the lake. Gu Fei was miserably captured by this mysterious person, but he was unperturbed. He could already tell that the other party would not do anything to him, because if the other party wanted to kill him, they would have done so long ago. Why would they bother talking nonsense with him? Haha. The mysterious existence above the lake suddenly laughed. Little guy, you're very smart. Since you killed my little pet, then you can be my pet. The mysterious existence said with a smile. F*CK. I'm a man of indomitable spirit. Why would I be your pet? Gu Fei was enraged. At most, he would die, but he would still be a good man after 18 years. The mysterious existence sneered. Without making any movements, Gu Fei felt his chest being hit by a force. In the next moment, he was sent flying backward and smashed into the ground. However, he immediately got up, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. You're asking for it. Yu Huang shook her head when she saw this scene. How could I bear to kill you? The mysterious existence said indifferently. What are you trying to do? Gu Fei stared at the blurry figure above the lake and said with a solemn expression, What I want is something that you will never think of. The mysterious existence sneered. TCH, You just want to take another step forward. Gu Fei said with a look of disdain. You actually know? The mysterious existence was shocked. Everything she did was to break through to the eternal realm. She wanted to see if there was a cultivation realm above the eternal realm. Is it that hard to guess? Gu Fei did not think much of it. The existence on the lake pondered for a moment, then she grabbed at Gu Fei with her right hand. Gu Fei immediately felt an invisible force enveloping him. In the next moment, he flew towards the existence on the lake. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. This was the first time he had been abused so badly. Moreover, this guy was a woman. This made him somewhat unable to accept it. If Old Tortoise and the others were to find out that he was being abused by a woman in Eternal World, they would definitely laugh their heads off. It was too shameful. The mysterious man pointed a finger at Gu Fei's forehead. Runes were imprinted on his forehead and planted on his soul. Then, with a wave of the mysterious man's right hand, Gu Fei flew out of the lake and landed on the shore. What did you do to my body? Gu Fei was shocked and angry. It's nothing. I just placed a restrictive technique on your body. The mysterious man smiled. Gu Fei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had always used this method to control his subordinates. Who would have thought that today, Gu Fei would be the one being abused? All right, the mysterious man said coolly. You are now my followers and subordinates. Do whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. The mysterious man's voice was cool. Gu Fei was truly speechless and depressed to the extreme. How awe-inspiring was he in the heaven realm and the mortal realm. He was simply invincible. But now, he was someone else's subordinate. Yu Huang, the holy daughter of the eternal immortal sect, didn't feel embarrassed at all. The mysterious man was far stronger than anyone she had ever met. Strength reigned supreme, and since he wasn't as strong as this man, he could only admit defeat. Back off, all of you, the mysterious man suddenly said. Then, the entire divine mountain began to shake. Gu Fei shot up into the sky and retreated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Yu Huang didn't dare to tarry, and she retreated as well. At that moment, one crack after another appeared on the surface of the gigantic sacred mountain, as if it could collapse at any moment. Boom! The entire sacred mountain exploded with a deafening boom. What? Gu Fei was stupefied when he saw this. What's going on? One after another, dragon shadows rushed out of the mountain. Powerful energy waves erupted from the dragon shadows. It was incomparably terrifying. Earth-Vane draconic energy? Gu Fei couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The mysterious person rushed up, then opened her mouth and sucked. The dragon shadow that rushed out from the ground was sucked into her mouth and swallowed. Gu Fei and Yu Huang's jaws nearly hit the ground when they saw this. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently. With the original divine mountain as the center, mountain ridges rose from the ground one after another. These ridges directly collapsed, and dragon shadows formed from the dragon chi of the earth veins rushed out one after another. The mysterious man was madly devouring the earth-vane draconic energy. Soon, all the earth-vane draconic energy in the underground world was devoured by the mysterious man. This was a fatal blow to the entire world. The ground sank, and the sky cracked. This was the true destruction of heaven and earth. Damn it, this guy is a lunatic. Gu Fei rushed towards the entrance. This world was about to be destroyed. If he didn't leave now, would he be waiting for the world to be destroyed? Yu Huang was running as well. The two of them, one in front and one behind, directly rushed into the entrance and rushed towards the ground. Boom! With a deafening boom, the entire underground world disappeared. It had completely disappeared, and everything returned to its original point. The mysterious man had disappeared as well. Swoosh! With the sound of water splashing, Gu Fei emerged from the dragon's subduing lake. Hey, someone's coming out. As soon as Gu Fei came out, he alerted the people around the dragon's subduing lake. A huge hand grabbed at Gu Fei, trying to take him down. Get lost. Gu Fei smashed the huge hand with a single punch. By the time he punched out a second time, he had already arrived in front of the young man who had attacked him. Boom! With another deafening boom, The warrior's body was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. This guy. The surrounding experts couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Swoosh. With another splash, Yu Huang rushed out of the dragon's subduing lake. Compared to Gu Fei's pathetic state, Yu Huang was not injured at all. Because she did not dare to anger the mysterious man, she did not suffer. Chapter 4736. Who dares to provoke me? You must have a death wish. Gu Fei was already in a bad mood, and now someone had ambushed him as soon as he emerged from the lake of submission dragon. How reckless. I have a powerful treasure on me. Come and take it from me if you're not afraid of death. Gu Fei stood in the air, his gaze sweeping out in all directions. No one dared to make a move against him. Would it kill you to keep a low profile? Yu Huang said snappily. Low profile, my ass. I'm in a bad mood right now. I want to kill someone. Gu Fei was so depressed he could vomit blood. He had always been the one to take in subordinates, and he was always the one to abuse others. He never dreamed that he would one day be under someone else's control. Is this guy crazy? Everyone was speechless. This guy had lied about having a powerful treasure on him and was trying to lure others into attacking him so he could kill them. Furthermore, this guy was with Yu Huang, so he was definitely no saint. After all, Yu Huang was a holy maiden of the eternal immortal sect. How could anyone who stood with her be a weakling? As long as you like it, Yu Huang said coolly. All of a sudden, the waters of the lake of submission dragon began to boil. Beam after beam of divine light shot out from the bottom of the lake, illuminating the heavens. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended between the heavens and earth. It was as if an unparalleled world lord was looking down on ants on the ground. Eternal. All of the powerful beings in the vicinity of the lake of submission dragon were shocked, and some even turned to flee. Was someone of this level finally going to make a move? Even Emperor Ziyang, Wu Ji, and the others were shocked. Extreme paragons were no different from ants in the face of an eternal being. Something's up. An ancient voice boomed down from the heavens. A giant golden hand descended from the heavens, grabbing at the dragon-headed mountain in the center of the lake of submission dragon. The hand covered the entire sky. An important figure was trying to take away the dragon-headed mountain in the center of the lake of submission dragon. The entrance to the creation cave abode was on the dragon-headed stone mountain. If this giant hand grabbed the dragon-headed stone mountain, would it also grab the entrance to the creation cave abode? It was still unknown whether the Eternal Realm's supreme power could shake the bronze door at the entrance of the Fortune Cave abode. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared on a mountain peak in the distance, evading the golden hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Yu Huang also avoided it. An Eternal level big shot had taken action. No matter how powerful she was, she wouldn't dare to go against an Eternal level big shot. After all, that would be no different from courting death. Yu Huang was not stupid enough to court death. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed towards Gu Fei on the mountain top and directly threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. You bastard! I thought you died in the dragon's subduing lake. The man thumped Gu Fei's chest and said. This? Gu Fei was at a loss of what to do. The person who threw herself into his arms was Hung Xian. Girl, where are your manners? A dignified voice sounded, and then a figure appeared on the mountain top. The man grabbed Hung Xian's collar and pulled her out of Gu Fei's arms. Father, what are you doing? Hung Xian flailed her arms and legs, trying to break free from her father's grasp. However, with her saint-level cultivation base, how was it possible for her to break free from the hand of a half-step Eternal Realm existence? You are the Southern Overlord? The Southern Overlord who guarded the southern border of the Eternal Divine Dynasty was definitely a powerful figure in the Eternal Divine Dynasty. He was an Overlord, and also one of the successors to the throne of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. Gu Fei carefully sized up this famous figure in the southern border of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. He had been mining in this guy's mine for 3 years. At the thought of this, Gu Fei felt terrible. The experience of mining was really unbearable. He had suffered a lot and suffered a lot of humiliation. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This experience had tempered his Tao heart and made it easier for him to integrate into the eternal world. This southern tyrant king was clad in purple divine armor. He had a burly figure and a mighty appearance. He exuded an aura of might without being angry. He was definitely a real man of steel. It turned out that Hung Xian did not look like her father. While Gu Fei was looking at the southern overlord, the latter was also looking at him. "Boy, you dare to be rude to my daughter? How dare you?" The southern overlord stared at Gu Fei and said. Gu Fei suddenly felt a considerable pressure. The pressure of a half-step eternal realm expert was no small matter. If it was an ordinary extreme Tao supremacy, they would naturally be unable to withstand it, but it was useless against him. His cultivation base was firmly suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws of the eternal world, but his martial body was the true eternal martial body. This would not change. Seeing that Gu Fei's expression didn't change under his pressure, the southern overlord couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this brat's cultivation was not bad, at the mid-level of extreme Tao. He was barely worthy of my precious daughter. Just as Gu Fei and the southern overlord were staring at each other, a terrifying battle had begun above the dragon submission lake. This was the attack of an eternal existence. Two eternal powers collided continuously, releasing a terrifying power of destruction. The area around the dragon submission lake shook violently. The great earth pump created a series of abyss-like cracks. Mountains crumbled one after another. Countless experts retreated further away in fear. The eternal level existence who wanted to take away the dragon-headed stone mountain in the center of the dragon-subduing lake was stopped. The two eternal existences did not show themselves. They were fighting across the sky. Two blurry divine sense shadows moved rapidly above the lake, fighting endlessly. Even this battle was not something an extreme Tao supremacy could intervene in. Where did that abominable guy go? Gu Fei noticed that the mysterious man did not come out from the dragon submission lake. Did he die? That should not be the case. How could such a powerful existence die? Who could die? That guy could not. Gu Fei increasingly felt that the death of the dragon submission mountain's old dragon was a trap. Since it was a trap, it must have been set up for a reason. Because the mastermind would not be so bored as to set up a trap to trap others. There must be some shocking secret hidden in this. Who cares about the shocking secret? I just want to regain my freedom. I say, Southern Overlord, do you want me to be your son-in-law? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Arrogant kid. The Southern Overlord was a little angry when he heard this. Is my precious daughter not good enough for a brat of unknown origin like you? Chapter 4737. Rumble. In the sky above the dragon concealing lake, two blurry figures were moving rapidly and fighting fiercely. The power that erupted from the two figures was earth-shattering. If it wasn't for the dragon concealing lake, where there was an inexplicable force that froze the entire area, the entire dragon concealing lake would have been destroyed the moment the two great figures fought. Moreover, what shocked everyone was that the two figures above the dragon concealing lake were not the true bodies of the two Eternal Supremes. They were just energy clones condensed by the two Eternal Supremes. The figures were blurry, giving off an ethereal feeling. The means of the Eternal Supremes were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even an energy clone could directly kill an extreme Great Supremes. While the two Eternal level bigwigs were fighting across space, Gu Fei was blocked by the Southern Overlord at the top of the mountain. He could neither leave nor stay. The entire dragon concealing lake was boiling. At this time, those extreme Grade Supremes could no longer intervene and had retreated to the side to watch the battle. Even in the Eternal world, it was rare to see a battle between Eternal Grade Supremes. Little guy, come back to the Southern Prince Mansion with me. Southern Overlord Hung Batian said. No way. Gu Fei shook his head. Why? Is my precious daughter not worthy of you? Southern Overlord Hung Batian said coldly. Hung Xian was a princess, and Southern Overlord Hung Batian was the overlord with the highest status in the Eternal Divine Dynasty. No, I already have a wife. Gu Fei said. Haha, that's easy. A man can marry as many wives as he wants. It's not a problem. Hung Batian laughed. Dad, when Hung Xian heard Gu Fei had a wife, she couldn't help but feel unhappy. You are my son-in-law. Go back and marry my precious daughter first. Hung Batian said and strode forward. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. He wanted to take Gu Fei away. Damn, I've heard of stealing a wife, but never a son-in-law. Gu Fei was speechless. If you've never heard of it, I'll let you experience it for yourself, Hung Batian said proudly. Oomph. Right at this moment, a cold laugh resounded. After that, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth. Everyone felt as if the surrounding space was about to freeze. What's going on? All the extreme grade supreme martial artists near the dragon-concealing lake were shocked. Could it be that another eternal grade supreme martial artist had taken action? Even Hung Batian's right hand, which was about to grab Gu Fei, stopped in mid-air. All of you, scram! A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked again. The boiling lake also calmed down completely. The lake was as calm as a mirror. Humph! What right do you have to tell us to get lost? That's right. Who do you think you are? Two aged voices came down from the heavens. You'll know who I am soon. The pleasant voice rang out once more. In the next moment, a black hole appeared on the surface of the lake. Then, the two blurry figures that were engaged in a fierce battle were instantly swallowed by the black hole. Damn it! The two eternal grade supreme martial artists were instantly enraged. A ray of saber light suddenly appeared in the void. The saber light instantly soared for thousands of miles, as if it was going to split the entire world in half. At the same time, the other eternal grade supreme martial artist also made his move. A peerless sword light descended from the sky, destroying everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left. However, a terrifying devouring force was produced from the black hole above the lake. It directly swallowed all the saber light and sword chi that descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was the combined attack of two eternal grade supreme martial artists. How could it so easily dissolve the attack of two eternal grade supreme martial artists? This scene made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. At the same time, two divine arrows suddenly shot out from the black hole. The two divine arrows instantly disappeared into the void. Then, two exclamations rang out from the heavens. The two terrifying eternal grade supreme martial artists disappeared. Several drops of blood floated down from the sky. Each drop was emitting endless eternal light. It was as if several small divine suns had suddenly appeared in the sky. Good stuff. All the extreme grade supreme martial artists near the dragon submission lake went crazy. Their eyes were red. Gu Fei and the southern overlord were the same. Without thinking, they directly rushed towards the few drops of eternal real blood that floated down from the sky. Their speed was extremely fast. Eternal real blood was something that could only be encountered by chance. Each drop of eternal real blood contained an eternal grade great Dao Law. It was enough to make an extreme grade supreme martial artist go crazy. The existence in the black hole did not seem to care about these drops of eternal real blood at all. It did not take them away. But Gu Fei and the others were different. This was an opportunity for them to achieve Dao. If they could get a drop of eternal real blood, Gu Fei's cultivation could directly break through to the peak of the extreme grade. In that case, he would have the power to protect himself in the eternal world. Dad, Gu Fei. Seeing that her dad and Gu Fei had run away, Hung Xian, who was on the mountain top, was so angry that she stomped her feet. That's mine. All of you, get out of here. The southern overlord displayed amazing combat power. He directly blasted away several extreme grade supreme martial artists around him. These extreme grade supreme martial artists exploded into clouds of blood mist in the air. Then, Gu Fei, who rushed up, opened his mouth and inhaled. The essence, chi, and spirit of these extreme grade supreme martial artists were all absorbed into his body. Nanbatian, I'll fight you. Then, with a roar, a figure rushed over from the side and blasted a punch at Nanbatian. It was a powerful half-step eternal existence. Afraid that you have teeth to bite me? Nan Batian sneered. He rushed forward and fought with that person. But Gu Fei took advantage of the chaos to take away a drop of eternal real blood. Then, he turned around and fled. He was very clear that with his current cultivation, it was already very good to get a drop of eternal real blood. Gu Fei was never too greedy. Nan Batian was extremely fierce. After exchanging a dozen moves, he smashed his opponent's head with a punch and killed him directly. It was a clean and neat move. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Nan Batian also took a drop of eternal real blood and left. The remaining eternal true blood caused the countless experts in the surroundings to go crazy. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they fought with all their might, wanting to kill each other. After a chaotic battle, there were many casualties. Blood dyed the lake and the void was filled with the smell of blood. Chapter 4738. In the depths of the hidden Dragon Mountains, at the border between the Celestial Continent and the Martial Continent, a black hole appeared above the hidden Dragon Lake. The eerie black hole was frantically devouring the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi. A terrifying aura that could cause even half-step eternal realm existences to tremble surged out of the black hole. All living beings who sensed this aura were terrified. The existence within the black hole was extremely powerful. Without even showing its face, it had chased away two mysterious eternal realm existences, shocking everyone. Moreover, what shocked everyone to the extreme was that the two eternal realm existences were actually injured. Several drops of eternal true blood floated down from the sky. They were supreme eternal realm existences, yet they were injured by the existence within the black hole and even lost a few drops of eternal true blood. How could anyone not be shocked? Eternal level supreme existences could also be injured. At this time, in order to fight for the few drops of eternal true blood, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Experts were constantly falling, their corpses falling into the hidden Dragon Lake, dyeing the lake water red. It should be noted that those who were qualified to fight for the eternal true blood were all extreme Tao Supremes. If the extreme Tao Supremes fell in the heavenly realm or the human realm, it would cause a huge commotion. Heaven and earth would mourn, and earth-shattering phenomena would appear. However, in the eternal world, the death of the extreme Tao Supremes did not affect the heavenly Tao of the eternal world. The heavenly Tao of the eternal world was simply too powerful. The battle at the hidden Dragon Lake continued. At this time, Gu Fei was hiding in a cave near the hidden Dragon Lake, preparing to refine the drop of eternal true blood he had snatched. Rumble. A drop of blood floated in front of Gu Fei. Although it was just a small drop of blood, a thunderous sound came from it. This drop of eternal true blood contained the power of the great Tao of lightning. This was the power of the eternal realm. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the drop of eternal true blood that floated in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, it was as if countless lightning balls had exploded in his body. The terrifying power of destruction wreaked havoc in his body, destroying his vitality. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used the Eternal Devour Great Divine ability to refine the eternal level lightning Tao power in his body. At this time, the Southern Overlord grabbed his precious daughter and left the dragon-subduing lake and the dragon-subduing mountains, returning to the Southern Overlord's monarch city. Tyrant Heavenly King City was the largest and oldest city in the entire southern region of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. It was home to hundreds of thousands of people. In the outskirts of the tyrannical Heavenly King City, there were millions of humans living there. Of course, there were also quite a number of foreign races living there. After returning to the tyrannical Heavenly King City, Nan Batian immediately locked Hung Xian up while he entered the cultivation room and began his seclusion. Tisk, why are you fighting for a few drops of blood so happily? The black hole above the dragon-subduing lake suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, a figure appeared in the void. Her bell-like voice rang in the ears of everyone present. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. No one could see the figure clearly, not even half-step eternal realm existences. The blurry figure exuded an earth-shattering aura. Boom! She stretched out a hand towards the dragon-headed stone mountain in the center of the dragon-subduing lake. The dragon-headed stone mountain that had existed for God knows how many years exploded. A bronze gate rose from the dragon-head stone mountain in the center of the lake and flew toward the blurry figure. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold laugh sounded out. After that, a large black hand stretched over from afar. It grabbed towards the bronze door with the intention of taking it away. Powerful eternal demon power erupted from the black hand. Those who were fighting for the eternal true blood were unlucky. They were affected by the eternal power. Regardless of whether they were extreme Tao Supremes or half-step eternal realm existences, they instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. What? Countless experts nearby broke out in a cold sweat when they saw this scene. If they went forward to fight for the eternal true blood, wouldn't they also die? Is it the patriarch of the eternal demons? Someone exclaimed. Scram! The figure above the crouching dragon lake waved his sleeves, and the black hand instantly dissipated in the void. The eternal level power that erupted shook the void. One after another, transparent ripples spread out in all directions. At the same time, a black figure appeared opposite the blurry figure. A battle between eternal realms. The onlookers were frightened and immediately retreated further away. This was a battle between eternal realm experts. Once they got caught up in it, they would definitely be destroyed in body and soul. Two lunatics. Although Gu Fei was hiding in the cave, he could still sense the two powerful auras. One of the auras made him tremble in fear. That chick still came out in the end. When he thought of himself being controlled by that chick and becoming her servant, he felt bad. Fight, fight. It's best if both sides suffer, Gu Fei shouted in his heart. At this moment, the blurry figure had already grabbed the bronze door. Leave this thing behind and scram, the demonic figure said coldly. Endless demonic aura erupted from his body, and the entire world immediately darkened. TSK, who do you think you are? The blurry figure said disdainfully, because I can kill you. The demonic figure's voice became even colder. Then why don't you try? The blurry figure hooked his finger at the demonic figure. Kill. The demonic figure did not waste any more words and immediately started fighting. A terrifying and ferocious demonic figure rushed out from his body and turned into a towering heaven and earth law. The demonic figure directly stomped down on the mysterious expert. In the next moment, the blurry figure of the mysterious expert soared into the sky and pierced through the giant demon's right foot. You stepped on a nail. The blurry figure of the mysterious expert laughed loudly. Damn it! The demonic figure roared angrily. He immediately put away the heaven and earth law, then waved the demonic halberd in his hand and attacked the mysterious expert. Bam! With just a slap, the mysterious expert sent him and the demonic halberd flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? The demonic figure could not believe it. He was a mid-level eternal existence, yet he was sent flying by a slap from the other party. It was hard for him to accept this. He was a dignified supreme existence in the eternal realm. The blurry figure of the mysterious expert was extremely powerful. After sending the demonic figure flying with a slap, he immediately chased after him and trampled him to the ground. Again? Be careful, or I'll slap you to death. Chapter 4739. The mysterious woman fought the mysterious demonic shadow. In the end, the mysterious woman was unparalleled and stepped on the mysterious demonic shadow, shocking everyone present. That was a great battle between eternal rank powerhouses. There were strong and weak eternal rank existences, but it was very difficult to kill an eternal rank existence. Of course, this did not mean that eternal realm experts were truly immortal. Wasn't the eternal realm patriarch of the eternal divine dynasty killed by someone? The eternal divine dynasty's patriarch was killed silently in the place where he cultivated in seclusion. When the news spread, it shocked the entire eternal world. It had been a long time since an eternal realm expert had fallen in eternal world. An existence that could kill an eternal realm patriarch was absolutely unimaginably powerful. Even the top forces were paying close attention to this matter. When the news that the old dragon of the hidden dragon mountain had fallen spread, it attracted experts from all sides. Some people suspected that a madman was hunting Eternal Realm experts. If that was the case, the matter was serious. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? Dream on. At this time, a bell-like voice rang out. Don't get too full of yourself. The mysterious Eternal Realm demonic shadow sneered. As he spoke, an extremely violent demonic power erupted from the demonic shadow, trying to shake off the mysterious woman who was stepping on him. However, the mysterious woman stomped down with her right foot. With a bang, the demonic shadow's demonic body exploded. All the half-step Eternal Realm experts who saw this scene from afar were stunned. This mysterious woman was too powerful. She could actually crush another Eternal Realm expert? It's you, the mysterious demonic shadow suddenly screamed in horror, and his divine sense fluctuated for a distance of 100,000 miles. However, the next moment, his divine sense disappeared, or rather, it was instantly destroyed. Amidst the endless demonic chi, a mass of demonic light exploded, and countless beams of light rushed in all directions. The mysterious Eternal of the demonic Tao wanted to escape. However, the mysterious woman was extremely powerful. She opened her mouth and inhaled, and a terrifying devouring force instantly enveloped the world. The devilish lights that were rushing out in all directions were the primordial spirit avatars of an eternal fiend. As long as one of them managed to escape, he wouldn't die. This was why Eternals were so difficult to kill. If an Eternal wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to stop them. However, when the mysterious woman opened her mouth and inhaled, the countless strands of origin soul devil light all flew into the mysterious Eternal being's mouth. No, the Eternal demonic path sovereign was scared out of his wits. He desperately burned his primordial spirit in an attempt to escape, but it was all in vain. Countless rays of demonic light rushed in from all directions and were swallowed by the mysterious Eternal One. Even the surrounding demonic energy was sucked into her mouth. In an instant, the demonic energy that blotted out the sky was completely devoured by her. She swallowed an Eternal? This scene could no longer be described as shocking. The half-step Eternal Realm existences watching the battle from afar were so scared that their souls trembled. They immediately turned around and fled. No one dared to stay where they were. It's too cruel. 3 powerful consciousnesses descended from the sky and landed on the mountains around the crouching dragon lake. 3 ethereal figures appeared. These were the consciousnesses' avatars. Even the consciousnesses' avatars were extremely powerful. They were the consciousnesses of an Eternal One. Although they were only avatars, they were powerful enough to kill an extreme supreme. Fellow Taoist, leave the bronze door behind. One of the consciousnesses' avatars seemed to be surrounded by an endless starry sky. The mysterious woman raised her middle finger at the consciousnesses' avatars. Fellow Taoist, do you think the secret of the bronze door is something you can comprehend alone? Why don't we comprehend it together? Maybe we can get what we want. Another consciousnesses' avatars, whose fiery aura illuminated the entire sky, said. The third consciousness's avatars did not speak. They stood in the dazzling lightning. The void around them was densely packed with lightning. Starry War Ancestor, Fire Spirit Ancestor, and Thunder Ancestor, you 3 underestimate me too much, the mysterious woman said coldly. The 3 patriarchs were all Eternal Ones in the Eternal Stratum and were incomparably powerful. Each one of them was a hegemon who ruled over more than a single continent. The 3 patriarchs were far more powerful than the Eternal Godly Dynasty. Fellow Taoist, who are you? I feel like I've met you before. The Starry War Ancestor's avatar said. Could it be an old acquaintance? Fire Spirit Ancestor said coldly. 3 old farts, go to hell. The mysterious woman opened her mouth and inhaled again. The terrifying devouring power instantly enveloped the area. The 3 consciousnesses' avatars on the mountains around the crouching dragon lake flew towards the mysterious woman involuntarily. What? The 3 consciousnesses' avatars turned pale with fright. Each of them burst with endless divine light, trying to break the void and escape. However, the mysterious woman's devouring power was too strong. The three consciousnesses' avatars were devoured by her in an instant. Roar! On the peak of a pitch-black divine mountain in the Lijo continent, a figure who had been sitting cross-legged for countless years suddenly opened his eyes and let out an earth-shattering roar. The next moment, endless lightning instantly enveloped the entire sky and earth. Bolt after bolt of lightning tore through the void, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions. Thunder Ancestor. In an underground fire cave on the Fire Continent, which was adjacent to the Lijo continent, a figure whose body was blooming with endless flames opened his eyes. A terrifying aura spread out, and all the creatures on the Fire Continent were terrified. In the depths of the Star Continent, where a star had fallen, endless starlight suddenly rushed out. It was as if a star field had suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and the stars seemed to be right in front of them. The countless creatures on the Star Continent felt endless pressure, as if the stars above their heads could fall at any time. Such a phenomenon was simply too shocking. Whether it was Thunder Ancestor, Fire Spirit Ancestor, or the Starry War Ancestor, they were all veteran Eternal Realm Eternal Ones who had lived for countless years. Such existences were far beyond the Eternal Divine Dynasty's patriarch. How dare you devour my divine will? I'll kill you. Thunder Ancestor shot up into the sky, turned into a bolt of lightning, and tore through the void and disappeared. Fire Spirit Ancestor also turned into a three-legged divine bird, flew out of the fire cave, and disappeared at the end of the horizon. The Starry War Ancestor also rushed toward the crouching dragon mountains at the border of the Celestial Continent and the Martial Continent. The three patriarchs' departure immediately alarmed countless experts, and the whole world was shocked. That chick is playing so big. She better not get herself killed, or I'll be buried with her. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.